good. Oh no. No camera. Hang on. Probably going to be out of focus now. I am. Okay, that's a little bit better. There we go, chats. There we go. All right, then. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Hope we're doing well today. Welcome indeed. Yeah, sorry about that. Bit of a off to a flying start, I see. Right, then. Who have we got? Welcome, everybody. Maeve, welcome to the chat, dude. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you in here. Spectacular flying. A good afternoon. A good evening. Hope you're doing well. Paul Newman, a good morning to you, sir. Rasso, welcome to the chat. Elias Gamer, welcome also. Hope you're doing well. Peter, welcome indeed. Jim, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Patrick Roberts, welcome indeed. Welcome, welcome. Paul's very excited for the add-on. Yes, yes, indeed. I think a lot of us are, yeah. Clem, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. And DK, welcome, dude. I hope you're doing well. Meatball, welcome indeed. Flying start. I see what you did there. That was actually totally unintentional, but I like it. I'm going to go with that. Good evening, Marin. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Good to see you. Sam, welcome to the chat. Dave Young, it's been a while indeed. Welcome to the chat, dude. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Elba Pino, welcome indeed. Cheese and wine, let's go. All right then, guys, welcome indeed to the stream. Hope we're all doing well, like I say. And today's going to be a little bit different for the stream. Obviously, we normally go quite sort of deep into our airliner procedures and things like that. But for today, what we're going to do is we are going to check out the new Fenix update later on in the stream. But sort of the main thing that we're focusing on in this stream is we're going to be focusing on the new FSLTL add-on that released last night. Obviously, there's quite a few people out there with questions. And I wanted to just kind of do a bit of a live Q&A session here on the stream. I thought it might be quite useful to some people. There are a few things that I would have liked to have covered in my video, but I didn't for whatever reason. And yeah, there's some things that might be helpful to be explained in a little bit more detail here, and answer a few queries and questions that people have that I've seen come up. We've already had a lot of comments on my video. Thank you very much if you watched and liked that video, by the way. It's done incredibly well, and the response to it has been amazing. So thank you very much if you've commented or liked or watched the video. If you found it useful, I'm glad you did so. But like I say, there's been quite a few questions that have come up that I wanted to just kind of run through here. I think we've got at least one person from the dev team, from the testing team in the chat here. So hopefully we can help you with any questions that you've got. Obviously, if you've got any questions as well, feel free to drop them in the chat. But before we actually sort of get into answering your questions live, I do have a little bit of a list of questions here. Oops. I do have a little bit of a list of questions that I've made myself that I'll go through initially. And then once we've been through the Q&A here, what I am going to do is we're going to do a flight in the Fenix A320, obviously. We're going to fly from Barcelona to Palma, de Majorca. Very short flight, but it's a nice one. It's a real-world Vueling flight, and the details of that are in the description below. Might as well just get rid of the chat here for a moment, because we are following... This is an AI aircraft that's currently flying into Barcelona at the moment. It seems to be slightly lost. Not quite sure what it's doing at the moment, but that's Microsoft Flight Simulator for you. But As you can see, looking very, very nice indeed. An Iberia A319 on its way. I think it's making its way back towards the airport now and on its descent. So, yeah, we're just going to follow that round. I'm just going to turn the volume of everything down a bit here. All right. Lovely stuff. Dave, thank you very much for the kind word, dude. I hope you found it useful. Oh, we've got FS live traffic liveries in the chat as well. Very good. Welcome, welcome. Welcome indeed. How long is the flight going to be? The flight itself is actually only about just under an hour, about 40 minutes, 50 minutes. So, yeah, very, very short flight. Generic Pilot, good evening. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Peter says YouTube hangs. I'm not sure what that's referring to, Peter. It seems okay on my end. If you want to refresh the page, maybe that will help. Raja Gopal, welcome to the chat. It's going very well. Yeah, thank you very much for asking. Hope you're doing well also. All right, so we do have a couple of people from the FSLTL team in the chat as well that hopefully be able to help with some questions. So, let's just fix the camera here. There we go, lovely stuff. All right, guys. So, oh, by the way, Sophie, if that's you in the chat there, I'm absolutely addicted to the developer. The sim object viewer camera that you told me about last night. I spent at least probably, I thought I'd just come on the sim to test it out earlier on today, and I ended up just sitting here with FSLTL with the injector open for about, I don't know, a good while, let's say, just following different aircraft around, and yeah, it's strangely addictive. All right. Okay, guys, so let's go ahead. I've got a list of questions here that I'm going to run through. And some of you may already know the answer to these, but I just want to sort of get these out there. And like I say, if somebody watches this video back, then they can refer back to the questions. What I'll also do as well is I'll put chapter markers on the video as well. So if you're watching this after the fact, then you can just use the chapter markers to just go back through any of the questions and just see the answers that you want. Right, all right. Randy, no problem at all, dude. No problem at all. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much. Mr. Vegelis, that's because it is an A319. It is an A319, guys. This is an AI aircraft that we're following here. It's not one of the player. It's not a player aircraft. Right. Okay then, guys. So I'm going to just drop the questions in the chat as well, just so I can bring them up on screen as well whilst I'm answering them. So, first question I've got here that I got asked a fair amount is FSLTL. Is it compatible with AIG, or do I need to remove AIG? And how does that all work? So, FSLTL is actually compatible, so to speak, with AIG. You can have the AIG model library in your community folder at the same time as FSLTL. They can coexist. The main thing you need to watch out for is the traffic injectors. So obviously AIG has the AI traffic manager or AI traffic controller, and FSLTL has the FSL traffic injector. And obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but you can't run these both at the same time. But you can have both of the model libraries installed into the community folder at the same time. Now, it is actually quite useful to have AIG installed at the same time as FSLTL, because FSLTL in their traffic injector, they have built in a few fallbacks which can actually use some of the AIG models where FSLTL can't match with a certain aircraft that it's trying to inject into the sim. So it is actually quite beneficial to have them both installed at the same time. but obviously then, you know, it's whether you want to have all that extra disk space used up for just a few edge cases. So it's obviously entirely up to you whether you want to do that, but they can both coexist at the same time. Let's see, we're going to see the this aircraft put its flaps out here and things like that. Let's just come around this way. Let's see, where's the... Oh, there we go. It is on final now. I did think it looked down like it put its gear down a bit early, but it's looking good. Don't know if he's going to put his flaps down or not. It's leaving it maybe a touch late, although it is a 319. Next question is with regards to the injection not starting. So this is something that I've heard a couple of people come across. Not a lot of people. Let me just put this one in the chat. So the injection not starting. So I'm guessing people are starting the injector and then it's just hanging and not doing anything. Now, again, I think this is something that's under investigation, but we have discovered that if you have installed AIG or another AI traffic package to your to a different folder on your system and then used Addons linker to link it back to your community folder, and then you've not deleted everything or cleaned it up in the proper way, then it can cause some issues. So it might be worth just double checking if you have that issue. Check if you've got any symbolic links or junction links or anything linking to other AI traffic packages, and just make sure that you have cleaned them up properly. I don't know if Sophie or anyone in the chat can sort of expand on my answer for that. But what you could also do as well is, obviously, if you look at the injector as well, it should give you some feedback here with regards to what it's trying to find. So if you look on the injector here and you have a look at it, if it's trying to reach a folder and it can't find that folder for whatever reason, or something similar to that, then it might be worth just double checking why the injector is doing that. Check your community folder and then check your add-ons folder as well, and check add-ons linker and make sure there's nothing faulty there in terms of junction links. Next question, and seems a little bit contradictory to what we've just said. And can you actually change the install location on the for FSLTL? And can you use add-ons linker? So the answer to those is both yes. Now, I'll just very quickly show you how you can do that. Let's just give a little bit of a twist here, because we're going to see this guy pop his reverse once he touches down. Let's just let this guy land first. I say him, it could be a her or other. Oh, there you go, he's down. Looked like a fairly positive touchdown. That. Oh, where is he going? Where is he going? Okay, a bit of a speedy taxi off there. Oh dear, oh dear. Where are you going, sir? Oh my days. Oh my days. That's Microsoft Flight Simulator for you guys. Where is he going? We've got to stick with this guy now and see where he actually goes. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, you see the smoke coming off the sand there, though. That's pretty cool. What is going on? The plane has no wakes, though. The plane has no wakes. That's an uninstall right there. What in the world just happened? Dear, oh dear. Right, it looks like we're going to have to find another aircraft to follow. Let's see. Ryanair 3 Lima. Wait, where is he going now? He's turned around. Okay, we're gonna stick with this guy. Let's just see. Let's just see what he does. I'm so intrigued now. Right. Anyways, so moving on with the question with regards to the installation. So, can you change the installation link location or use add-ons linker? So, yes, you can. Got the fly-by-wire launcher here. All you need to do is just click the settings cog down here and click download, and then you can change the install directory just here. That's it right there. So you can change the install directory and basically install that to, say, a different location on your hard drive. And then you could use MSFS add-ons linker to relink the FSLTL package to your community folder. That's absolutely fine. The fly-by-wire installer doesn't create a junction link for you automatically, so something to bear in mind on that one. And yeah, so you can use that, and like I say, it is a bit contradictory to what I just said about add-ons linker, but as long as you do it properly and in, you know, the right way, and you're not leaving any erroneous junction links around, then you should have no issues. Now it'll go back to the gate. Okay. Basically, if you lock a camera to follow the plane that was really away from its destination, it can do stupid things. Ah, okay, that's probably it then. That's probably it, isn't it? That looks nice though, doesn't it? That picture right there. We've got a Vueling taxiing out there. This guy's about to do a little cheeky little runway incursion here. At least he's using the zebra crossing, right, guys? Using the zebra crossing. Course. Hey Mariner, thank you very much for the silver membership, dude. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you. Enjoy the emotes. Right, this guy got there in the end. Right, okay. Next question with regards, let's see. So another question I got quite a lot actually is, why are aircraft not moving? And this is something that I'm guessing a lot of people had when they had initially spawned into the sim and nothing was happening on the ground. So just a little bit of an explanation as to how FSLTL is working with regards to the injection of traffic and Flight Radar 24. So FSLTL at the moment, due to a sim limitation, it can only inject an aircraft into the sim. So let's just as an example here, let's bring up Flight Radar 24. Let's bring up the fuzz pad. Right, so Flight Radar 24, here we go. We're here at Barcelona. We've got, you can see there's a few aircraft there on the ground that have not yet lifted off, and you can see there's some aircraft in the air around the airport as well, as you would see at most airports. Now, FSLTL can basically only inject an aircraft that is, if it's on the ground, it can only be injected starting at a gate in the simulator. So even if an aircraft is on its taxi out like possibly this one. No, that guy's taking off. But if there's an aircraft on the ground and it has departed from the gate but not actually lifted off the ground yet, FSLTL won't actually inject that wherever it is in the airport in terms of the taxiway or the runway or wherever. It has to inject that in at a gate in the simulator. That's due to a sim limitation. So aircraft that are in the air, they can get injected in the air. That's fine, no problems at all. Don't really need to worry about that. I don't think anyone's really sort of getting confused about aircraft in the air. But I think what's confusing most people is that when there's aircraft, there should be aircraft taxiing around most times in a big airport. And because all the aircraft have to get injected in initially at a gate, it looks like nothing's happening. And if you actually go to Microsoft Flight Sim into the ATC system and you tune the ground frequency, what you'll actually notice is you'll hear all of these aircraft start calling for clearance, because basically what happens is once the aircraft gets injected into the sim, it's up to the Microsoft Flight Sim then to deal with the aircraft and have it run through its whole sort of flight in the sim. So FSLTL is basically only taking a snapshot from Flight Radar 24. So it's basically saying, okay, yeah, so we've got an aircraft on the ground here. LL3901 is on the ground. We're going to inject that in. Ignore the fact that this is just arriving. Let's just pretend this is a departure from Barcelona and it's on its taxi out. So we've got LL3901. It's on its taxi out. FSLTL grabs that information and then it passes it, and then it says to the sim, look, we want this aircraft in the sim, but the sim can only accept that aircraft starting at a gate. So that's where FSLTL is going to put it, and then it's over to Microsoft Flight Simulator to run through the clearance process, the taxi clearance, the pushback, etc. All that process is then run through by the simulator. So that's why you don't see movement straight away, because you've got to wait for those aircraft to run through the pre-flight procedure and things like that. If I bring up the injector as well, if you have a look at the entries here as well, you can see, especially when it first starts spawning aircraft in, you can see here we've got some aircraft here departing from Barcelona right here, and you can see they have this pre-flight going on, and you'll see it has a pre-flight and then it has pushback. Like, for example, we've got let's see, yeah, so you can see here you've got Wizz Air 9848. You can see it has its pre-flight, and then just a minute later, you can see it also has a pushback, and then so on and so forth. So that's generally why you don't see aircraft moving immediately. I think that's what a lot of people are running into and what a lot of people are getting tripped up with. So hopefully that answers the question. I can also expand on that as well if any of you guys are still unclear on that one. Land O'Lakes, we'll come to that one later on. We're going to come to that. Lego Lancer, welcome to the chat. Welcome. This Iberia is taking a real scenic route around this airport here, isn't it? We're still watching the same one, guys. It's still the same one. I think we do have another arrival coming in fairly soon, though, which we'll switch to momentarily. Another thing, whilst we're on that same topic, guys, I will also mention that something that you might find quite useful is Little Navmap. Now, I don't know if you guys use this already, but if you have Little Navmap, just Google Little Navmap, and you can download it, and it can connect to the sim and show you multiplayer aircraft. So if you click this button up here, let's see if I can actually make that a bit bigger for you guys. Oh, wrong button. There we are. Yeah, so if you look at up here, we've got this button right here. Click that one, and then you can show basically other aircraft on the map here, and it gives you a better idea of what's going on. So you can see each of them have a label. You can see we've got this Ryanair. Ryanair, you can click on them as well to see the full details. So we've got Ryanair flight number 3. Sometimes it shows it truncates the rest of the flight number if it's got letters in it for whatever reason. That's probably a little navmap thing, but you can see we've got Ryanair going from EPMO to Barcelona here. You can see basically the same information for all of the other aircraft there, and that might also help you understand what's going on with the injection. So you can also zoom in at the current airport where you're at. And you can see here there's quite a lot of aircraft here injected at Barcelona. You can see these ones with a -1 next to them. They're all just static aircraft. And then you can see there's some with a flight plan next to it where you can see they're going to depart. So that might also be useful to anyone trying to understand what the injector is doing. And then obviously you can also look at the injector itself. It does give a great deal of information, and it is very useful to work out what's going on. Where and when. So you can use those all in conjunction with each other. Mariner, yes, we will be doing a flight later on once we've been through a few questions here. So a lot of people have been wondering that there's not many arriving aircraft at an airport. Now, there's a number of reasons that this could happen, really, and it is quite a difficult one for me to explain. But essentially, when you start the injector, in fact, what I'll do is I'll bring up little nav map again so you can kind of see a bit better. You can have a visual picture of what's going on. So if I remove the airports here, so it's a bit easier to see all the aircraft. Yeah, so you can see here that the aircraft is spawned in a radius around the user. And I think the issue that people are coming across with not having many arrivals is potentially what they're doing is they're spawning in at a massive airport, and they're setting some of the figures a bit too high in the injector settings. And basically what's happening is it's maxing out the number of aircraft that can be near a player. And what it will then do is it could end up, you could end up not getting many arrivals because they might be slightly out of your radius by the time that the injectors finish putting all the other aircraft in. So if in the injector you're setting, for example, maybe a high additional parked aircraft figure, maybe you're setting the parked aircraft really high, maybe like 6 or 7, then obviously they're spawned in very close to your aircraft. As you can see, obviously, the parked aircraft only get spawned in at the airport that you are currently at. So if you spawn a lot of parked aircraft in, if you're at a really, really big airport, Barcelona is a big airport, but there are much bigger airports out there. I've seen people getting this issue at big airports like Atlanta, for example. And I think what might be happening there is you're spawning in all of the parked aircraft, and that's really, really filling up the close area to you. And then it doesn't leave the sim as much room to inject the aircraft that should be arriving and departing for that matter as well. But the departing ones are more likely to get spawned in because they come in closer to you, so they're spawned in earlier. Whereas obviously the arriving aircraft, they might be a little bit further away, so they might get missed out if obviously there's tons of aircraft near you. So I think that's possibly the reason that people are running into that. Now, again, Sophie may be able to expand on that in the chat, but I think that's possibly why people are running into not seeing too many arrivals. Earlier on today, I was just sat on the ground at Palma. And there was, in fact, I've got a screenshot here to show you guys. Let's just see. Is this the one? No, that's not the one. Is this the one? Nope. Is it this one? It is, yeah. So you can see here there's There's 1 arrival, 2 arrival, 3 arrival, 4 arrival, 5 arrival, and then 6 in the bottom left, and then a seventh just landed just before I took this screenshot. The airport's just underneath here, underneath this window. So yeah, 1 just landed there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7. So it is possible to have a lot of arrivals coming in. It's just a case of how you set up the injector. So what I did in this case was I actually set up a max IFR aircraft. I actually put 30 in there. Contrary to what my video said, sometimes a lower figure is better. And then parked aircraft I set to, I think, only 2 on that time. So there wasn't many parked aircraft. There was still a decent amount, but not. The airport wasn't full, so to speak. So that's the settings that I had when I did that. I had 0 VFR as well. Okay, so I think that answers that one. Let's see. I'll just catch up with the chat a little bit here and not get too carried away. What we'll do as well is, whilst we are getting through some more questions, 6384, let's just follow another aircraft real quick. Yeah, so we've got another Ryanair here, or we've got a Ryanair here on approach to Barcelona. We'll follow this guy for a bit. Let's see if he lands in the sea again. Right, next question is, does the package contain any type of livery? If you check the description of this video, there is a link to the full livery list on the FSLTL website. Let me just catch up with the chat, like I say. Let's see. Do ground services work well for AI traffic like jetways? Yeah, they work really well, actually, yeah. P3D Flyer, let me just see what your question was. Bear with me. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat here. There's a lot of messages coming in. Neatball says I had to lower from 85 to 50, the FPS tanked. Yep, exactly. I mean, obviously, you're injecting a lot more objects into the sim, and yeah, you're definitely going to have a performance hit when doing that. This was probably one of the later questions I was going to come to, actually, but obviously, if you're injecting, you know, a lot more objects into the sim, quite detailed objects as well, actually, even though they're quite well optimized, they are going to bring your FPS down, and the best thing to do is, if you are not happy with the amount of FPS you lose, then you can reduce the amount of aircraft that get injected. And yeah, that's a very good point with regards to the arrivals situation that I was just talking about. Thank you, Sophie. Felix asks, why are planes taking off on the wrong runway when they use a different one in real life on Flight Radar 24? Felix, so that is basically down to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Microsoft Flight Sim, the system within that, the AI traffic system and the ATC system, they will choose what runway is in use, etc., etc. So it's really up to the simulator to allocate the runway to the aircraft. Like I was saying earlier on, about aircraft not moving on the ground, it's obviously down to Microsoft Flight Simulator and their assignments to whatever runways, whatever approaches, etc., etc. So unfortunately, that's nothing that FSLTL can do anything about currently. This guy's dropped his gear. He's not even pointing at the runway. Very interesting. He seems to be flying in circles at the moment. So yeah, that is down to Microsoft Flight Sim. And yeah, again, going back to the explanation that I said with regards to how the traffic gets injected, by FSLTL from Flight Radar 24. Like I said earlier on, it only takes basically the aircraft existing from Flight Radar 24 and then popping that into the sim. It doesn't match up all of the other parameters that they're using in the real world and the exact routes they use. It's down to Microsoft Flight Sim to assign, the runways, the taxi routes, the approaches, and things like that. Obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but hopefully Microsoft will improve things like that in the future. There are obviously a lot of people out there asking for improvements to the AI system in the sim. So hopefully that does get improved at a later stage. Ian asks, why are so many aircraft holding for 20 seconds in state pushback and continue for so long? Yeah, Ian, again, unfortunately that is an issue with the simulator itself. It does seem to have an issue with getting stuck in various phases. That's why the FSLTL injector has the option to remove blocked aircraft automatically. Again, unfortunately, that's something that Asobo and Microsoft need to resolve. I don't really know the reason for that one, unfortunately, but it is something on their end. Let's see. While using FSLTL, is there a chance of an arriving aircraft trying to park at the gate you're parked at yourself? I don't think so, actually. No, I'm not 100% sure on that, to tell you the absolute honest truth. But as long as you're interacting with the default ATC system, like all of the aircraft do, the AI aircraft, then I wouldn't see why the AI system would send them to a gate that you're already in. I'm pretty certain that they wouldn't do. P3D Flyer, so your question is, let's see. As an AI addict back in the PAI days, I just installed the mod without liveries, but only the AI traffic. Used to do it by hand in the past, but I don't see much aircraft. Can I add new traffic models yourself? So the not obvious types, I mean. Yeah, so I suppose theoretically you could add models yourself. Yeah, if you basically added in a package into your community folder with the correct models and liveries, and obviously you did the correct CFG files like the aircraft.config and all that stuff. If you did it manually in the past, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you can add them in, and what the FSLTL injector should do is it should, when it's looking for an aircraft to put into the sim, it should be searching your community folder for an AI traffic model that can be used with that kind of aircraft code, if that makes sense. Similar to how VATSIM would use a VMR file to look up things in your community folder. So yeah, I believe you can add them manually, yeah, but obviously you need to put in that work to get it to be done. But if that's how you've done it in the past, I'm sure you're very much well versed in doing that. There we go. Confirmation from Sophie, one of the devs at FSLTL. No, they won't park at your gate if you are there. Lovely stuff. Marlos, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Right, let's see. Let's see. Thank you very much, mods, for removing those spam messages also. Is it somehow possible to get rid of a specific AI flight? No, I don't believe it is. No. Sophie might be able to help with that one. I'm not sure if you can do that through the dev mode in the sim, but you can't do that in the injector at the moment. Right, so let's see if I can find any more questions from you guys before we move on to my list again. Will all FSLTL aircraft show up on the Fenix TCAS? Yes, I believe they do. Yeah. Yeah, I've not actually tested that myself yet, but I'm pretty sure they do. It's fairly similar to how VATSIM aircraft will show on TCAS. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would do. We can actually test that later on if you want. We're going to do a Fenix flight after we've done the Q&A here. Sharper Travel says, how do you change the camera to an AI aircraft? So this is something that the FSLTL devs actually taught me how to do last night. I wish I knew how to do it before I did my video. But I'll show you in a second. Let's just watch this guy, this Ryanair land, and then we'll have a look at that. Let's see if he can butter it. Oh, look at that. FedEx in the background there. Oof. Oh, beautiful. A little bit of smoke there, a little puff. I always set the camera too low for landings. There we go. We've got the spoilers going off, and we've got the reversers. Love to see it. Beautiful. Right, so back to the question, how do you change the camera to an AI aircraft? Now, this is something I believe the sim should do natively, but for whatever reason, it doesn't. Now, basically what you need to do is bring up the developer mode. So you see this bar I've got at the top here, this very thin black bar. You can bring that up by going General Options and then Developers and then turning Developer Mode on. Then what you need to do is go to Options and then Sim Objects, and it'll bring up this list here. Now, the FSLTL aircraft will be under this airplane section here. And you can see down here you've got all of these codes on the left-hand side. It might be a bit difficult for you to see. Let me just do that. And let me just zoom in a bit as well. Yeah, so if I just zoom in a bit here, you can see you've got all of these numbers down here. These are all aircraft that have been injected into the sim, and these actually correspond with the numbers, the ID numbers in the injector. So what you can do to follow a specific aircraft, you can see at the moment we're following, which one was it now? We're following 6384. This one right here, 6384. This one. And if I bring up the injector, you can see the Ryanair 3 Lima Whiskey right here. It has the ID 6384 just there. So that's how you find the right type of aircraft that you want to follow. And then once you've found that out, you can then press this little drop down next to the ID number. And then you can press view here. There's a little view button. It might be difficult to see on the stream, but there it is. Press this view button and that will basically have the camera track that object, that sim object, that aircraft, like, you know, similar to how it does your own plane when you are flying around. Another way I've found out how you can find, you know, the ID as well of an aircraft without having to go back to the injector. And let me just reset the view for this. So what you can do is, once you've gone into airplane and dropped it down here, you can click names here. And that's going to show a whole load of text on the screen. It is sometimes very difficult to see, but you can see there's an aircraft way over there. And conveniently it zooms out as well. It gets smaller. It stays the same size, so you can't zoom in on it. But this works a bit better for airplanes that are a bit closer to you. You can actually see, if I use this one as an example here, you can actually see the ID number there as well, 6384, just there. And that could sometimes help you find them a little bit easier as well. So it's a bit of a painful process to do that, but it is really quite fun. Honestly, once you've done it a few times, I do enjoy it. All right, let's see what else. What happens if an aircraft arrives at a gate and finishes its route? So I think Sophie already answered that one. It will be assigned to a next flight if possible. And you can see turnarounds in the console of the injector. Nathaniel says, do I have to inject each time I open up MSFS? Yes, you do. Yep. Will the aircraft just drive through you, or are they aware? Yes, they should be aware of your aircraft. Especially if you're using the ATC system, because, yeah, it should be aware of you. Biggles, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome indeed. Agazi says, is this good? It's a pretty subjective answer, but I'm going to go with yes. Bill, welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat here, making sure I haven't missed any questions. Sorry if I've missed any comments or anything you guys are making. I'm just trying to really focus on questions just for the time being. Land of Lakes, I think I've answered your question already there. Let me know if you need any more explanation on that one. Right. Okie dokie, chat. I'm going to carry on with my list of questions here, and then I'll catch up with some more of the chat momentarily once I've done some more questions. So, next question is with regards to IVAO compatibility. This is really very easily answered. And basically, there isn't compatibility for IVAO at the moment. IVAO uses a proprietary format for its model matching, which we haven't done any work on yet. And I don't know if it's actually planned, but it's something that potentially is being looked into. But there's no compatibility at this moment in time. Next up is VFR GA aircraft. A lot of people have asked about whether it shows GA aircraft through the injector, and yes, it will show GA aircraft. At the moment, we don't actually have many custom models for GA aircraft, but the FSLTL injector will fall back to using the some of the generic GA aircraft for which are included with the sim. So there are actually some fairly good generic GA aircraft in the sim. There's a Cessna 172 and there's a PA-28 in there as well, and some biz jets and some other stuff that are quite representative fallbacks. So that's what FSLTL will use for the most part. And I think there are a couple of GA aircraft included. Let me just double check because it's been a while since I've had a look. Yeah, so I think we actually have a PA-28 model included, which obviously we'll show when there is one of those aircraft. But other than that, there is only the Microsoft Flight Sim generics to fall back on. Next one I've got is with regards to FS HUD compatibility. Been asked about this one a few times and whether it's compatible. At the moment, it's not. However, it is being worked on and being looked into by the dev team, and they should have an announcement on that in the next coming weeks. There should be something coming, so keep an eye on the Discord. This is very satisfying, isn't it, chat? Coming to the gate here with all the other docked Ryanair aircraft, and even a Lauda there as well. Love to see it. Very, very nice indeed. Let's see what this guy does. Let's see if he uses the jetway and whatnot. He doesn't have a marshaller though. Uninstall. So yeah, FS HUD compatibility. There is some news coming on that in the next few weeks. So again, keep an eye on the Discord. Link to the FSLTL Discord is in the description of the video. I've had many people as well ask, is it better than AIG? And that again is a very subjective thing to answer, to be honest with you. There aren't a lot of equal parameters that you can really compare the two to be objective on a comparison. Hang on a minute. What have I just done? Look at that. Jetway's coming in and everything. Love to see it. Very, very nice. Shut down the engines. Is the beacon light going to go off in a minute as well? Let's see. Yeah. So is it better than AIG? Again, that is very much down to your requirements. Oh, the jetway is not connected fully there. I wonder if that's because it's parked a bit skewy with and the jetway can't reach the aircraft. Dear oh dear. Oh well, we'll just have to do that right there. There we go. The jetway is fully connected there, chat. Fully connected. So yeah, continuing with the question. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on your requirements and what you're after. To give a very, very brief comparison between the two, AIG has way more models than FSLTL, but it also has the drawback that it takes up a lot more disk space. Like, we're talking at least double the disk space that FSLTL takes up. FSLTL has less models and repaints, but it takes up less disk space as a result. And I do find the model library and the repaints on the FSLTL, personally, I think they are of much nicer quality than AIG. They also have all of the animations working, as well as all the lighting working as well on the aircraft, which I'm not sure AIG does. It also has the effects like heat blur and the ground effects when you are touching down and on different surfaces. When it's wet on the ground as well, water will come off the wheels and things like that. I don't think AIG does that just yet, but I might be wrong about that last part. And then the other comparison you can make is between the injectors as well. So the traffic controller by AIG and the traffic injector by FSLTL. Personally, I think the FSLTL traffic injector is much better. It's just a simpler interface. It's easier to use, and it doesn't take an eternity to load up initially. So I think you can objectively compare those two because they both essentially doing the same thing. It's just the user interface that is different there. And then finally, obviously, there's the installation process, which again, you can objectively compare. And the installation process for FSLTL is very much it is miles better. It's just so much simpler and easier for the user. But it does also, I will say, it does also have the drawback is that it's not as configurable. It's either you basically install everything or nothing. I'm not sure if we're going to be adding any features with regards to configuring your install at a later date. I don't know if Sophie can comment on that, but obviously with the AI manager by AIG, you can pick and choose everything that you install. You don't have to install everything. So that's my answer with regards to whether it is better than AIG or not. Right. What's performance like? So, next question. Let me just copy and paste this. There we go. So what is performance like? So I thought what we could do for this question is we could actually just do a little bit of a little quick test, very, very quick and dirty test here. We'll do it at Barcelona. Let's come over here a bit. Right. Okie dokes. So, just so we can see what's happening. And we can see the majority of the airport. Again, you majority of the time you're not really going to be looking at a view like this, but hang on a minute. What can I Oh, actually, question with regards to the sim object camera, Sophie, is I don't actually know how to get back to my original plane. Not really necessary, I suppose, for this test, but yeah, here we go. So what we'll do is we'll go display FPS there, and then I'm just going to close the injector, and we'll basically just see what kind of frames we are looking at. So at the moment, we're sort of hovering around 39 frames per second, 40 frames per second. And that is with the injector settings as follows. Oops, daisies. Okay, that's a problem. I did not mean to do that. My apologies, chat. Oh, dear. All right, full screen, and then it still thinks the buttons are in the right place when they're not visually for me. Right, there we go. Okay, so the injector settings that I've got currently, we've got 30 IFR, 0 VFR. Sorry, these are the settings that I'm actually using. So we've got 30, 0, and 3. And we're currently getting about, let's just see, let's let the FPS stabilize again because I've just changed from windowed mode. Yeah, we're hovering around 40 frames per second. So if I go ahead and close the injector, FPS dips while it just does its thing here. And there we go. So we're up to, let's just set the camera back to roughly where it was for a fair test. Yeah, so it cost around about 8 frames on average per second having those settings with the injector. And just for science, let's just start the, well, we're going to start the injection again anyway. And then you can see once the aircraft spawn in what it does. It should spawn in a few seconds. So all in all, I think the performance is pretty good, really. I mean, 40 FPS is pretty decent, I think. And obviously, if I bump up the settings as well in the injector, it's going to take a few more frames away. But again, it's still going to have to take quite a bit to get to an unreasonable frame rate, I think, in my opinion. Next question is with regards to displaying the nameplates in the sim. Can you do it? Unfortunately not at the moment with the AI aircraft. For whatever reason, Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't let you do that. It's just a sim thing right now. Unfortunately, there's nothing FSLTL can do about that. Something Microsoft Flight Sim or Osobo, etc. will have to resolve at a later date. And then finally, I'm just going to do some remarks with regards to incorrectly parked aircraft. Now, I think this has come up in the chat just while I've been speaking here. And when you're seeing incorrectly parked aircraft, it's not really something FSLTL can do a great deal about. FSLTL will get the park traffic sort of in the right airport, but then it's down to the scenery developer to actually set the codes for the gates properly. It looks like LVFR have actually done a pretty good job here, to be honest with you. But some scenery developers haven't put any airline codes into the gates, and then therefore you'll get aircraft parked at the wrong gates. So I can actually demonstrate this quite well by going to, let's just remove the FPS. If I bring up GSX here, obviously this is something that has to be set when the developer is creating the airport. But if I bring up GSX and I go customize airport positions, if I zoom in on this here, you can see we've got airline codes section here, and you can see it's already pre-filled a couple of codes there. And that is something that the developer of the scenery sets. You can obviously add them in on GSX, but that only affects GSX. It's nothing to do, it won't affect FSLTL, but there has to be an airline code set for each gate for the aircraft or FSL to know that that airline belongs to that gate, you see. So that's something the scenery developers will have to do. So if you come across scenery that has that incorrectly set, then by all means contact the developer, and hopefully they will they'll be able to resolve that. I'm not sure if the no, just ignore me. That's where I'm going to leave it with that one. Right, chat. That's all the questions that I've got now. So I'm gonna go through your questions again, and holy crap, we've got 150 viewers. Welcome everybody. I totally did not realize. Holy crap. Welcome everybody. I hope we're all doing well. If I've answered a question for you there, please do hit the thumbs up button down below. I would very much appreciate that. Right, okay, so let's see if I can catch up with a few more questions before we do our flight here. So, let's see. If you've got any questions that I've missed as well, by the way, chat, please do feel free to stick them in the chat again. But I think I've been through quite a few of the frequently asked questions there as well. Captain Robbie says, as an AIG user from the beginning, I've gladly deleted AIG today. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I bet that saved you quite a bit of desk space. I haven't deleted AIG yet, but I'm not actually using it in my community folder at the moment. Sharper Travel, yeah, I think I just answered that one, but can we set the airline codes ourselves in GSX? You can set them for GSX, but you can't set them on a global level for, you know, anything else using the scenery. It only works with GSX. That I think it's just the developer that can change that. Eric H, interested with regards to your comment there. If there's anything we can help with in the chat, please do feel free to let us know. Maestro TV, thank you very much for the sub. We also had a few other subs come in there. So we've got Jess Phillips, Mr. Philu, Chris Quayle, Lando Lakes as well. Thank you very much for the silver membership. And I think you were already a member before and you're renewing it. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Lando Lakes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. James Cocker, thank you very much for the sub. And Boyd and Meatball right at the start of the stream there. Thank you very much for the sub as well. Sean asked, does traffic stop when you taxi? We've already covered that one, but yes, they should do, yeah. Especially if you're using the stock ATC system for your flight. Right. Yeah, so people were saying they were concerned about arrivals as well earlier on. I'm just looking on Little Nav Map here. If I bring that up for you guys, you can see here there's plenty of arrivals coming in there. We've got one here. We've got one here. One here. One down here. So quite a few coming in. We do have plenty of aircraft on the ground here, though. Oh, we've got a FedEx 767 taxiing out. We've got to follow that one, chat. We've got to follow that one. Right, let's see if we can find that one. So, FedEx 6372. Here it is. Model ID 11771. Options, sim objects. .11771 is here. There she is. Oh, you can see the beautiful contrail in the sky there from an aircraft flying overhead. Beautiful. Lovely. I'm not sure if this guy's about to take off or if he's just taxiing down the runway here. That is a lovely looking plane though, isn't it, chat? Paul Shankster says, do I notice any significant FPS hits? I wouldn't say it's significant, no, but there is a slight FPS dip. Yep, we actually covered that. If you rewind the stream about just about five or 7 minutes, I think you should be able to see our comparison there. We did a very quick and dirty test. Oh, here he goes. He is taking off. Love to see it. Let's turn the sounds up. Very nice. Let's do a little spin. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, that was a lovely shot right there with the tower. Beautiful. Is there a British Airways Embraer 190? There isn't, I'm afraid. No. I think there are some Embraers in the process of being finished for FSLTL, but no E-Jets yet. No. Eds, welcome to the chat. Good evening from the Netherlands. I hope you're doing well. Evo says lacking A380s. Yes, it is lacking A380s at the moment, but we are working on getting some finished for the package. They are in hand. Don't worry. What setting do I recommend between 30 and 85? Yeah, it really depends on your system. Sharp travel. Yeah. Somewhere between 40 and 80, I think. You can also go down to 30 if you want. It's really up to you, to be honest. It depends what you want to achieve. You know, if you... you know, in some areas, like in London, for example, you might want to set your parked aircraft to 0, because in London, there's a lot of airports very, very close to each other. So if you inject IFR aircraft, as well as parked aircraft, you're going to reach that limit, the upper limit, very, very quickly there, because it's going to spawn in IFR aircraft, not just at the airport you're at, but also at other airports. So, yeah, I'd recommend maybe in somewhere like London setting the park traffic to 0, and then maybe the IFR aircraft a little bit higher, maybe like 80 or, well, I'd probably say 80. I personally have not really gone above 80. I don't really see a need to. But yeah, somewhere in that range. Again, it also depends on your system spec. If flaps going up there, love to see it. Yeah, if your system can handle that many aircraft. There's one bright plane. Lovely. I like how it's not actually following the standard instrument departure there for Barcelona. It's just flowing straight over the city, which I don't think any of the SIDs do. But hey ho, again, that's Microsoft Flight Simulator issue. Right, let's see if we can find another one that's on an approach here. Something that we've not seen yet. How about a Lufthansa A321, guys? So that's Lufthansa 55. Lufthansa 55 Papa 11917. We are going to do a flight today, chat. We're just running through the questions here, and we're just watching some aircraft whilst I answer the questions. Good to see the contrail in the background there. Ed says, yesterday I got a huge FPS drop after 3 hours of watching when I did a manual flight and approached Amsterdam. FPS dropped to 5 FPS. Coincidence, or did any of you experience the same? I've not personally experienced that. It might be worth looking at your... As well as... It's easy to point a finger at the injector settings, which is obviously worth looking at if you're having performance issues, but it's also worth looking at your... sim graphics settings as well, because you do have to remember that you are injecting a lot more objects into your simulator by using the injector, and therefore you are going to be using more CPU power. It's generally a CPU intensive process, so it might be worth looking at what you've got set in terms of your object level of detail and terrain level of detail and other CPU settings in your graphics menu for the sim. Paulo says, I have an all-white Q200. Where do I get a livery for it? So if it's got a white livery, but the right aircraft, it's basically just a fallback for that airline at the moment. So not all liveries have been completed, and some haven't even been some haven't been painted. Obviously, there's so many different airlines out there. Not everything is covered at the moment, but if you go to the Discord and speak to one of the repainters about it, maybe they can repaint it, or maybe someone can help with the repainting to do that one. Yeah, it's really just a case of getting around to all the repaints that people are wanting. Is there any search function in the injector window or any log I can search? There isn't a search function in the injector window. Actually, no, I tell a lie. So you can actually just right-click in the title bar here. So this is actually a Windows command prompt window. So it just functions like that. But you can right-click on the top menu bar here and go to Edit and Find. And let's see if this actually works there. So you can see I've just searched for EZ93 Charlie Uniform, and there we go, it's brought it up for us. So you can find in the traffic injector window, which, to be honest, I'd not really thought of until now, but yes, you can do that. Jess Phillips has recently been to Edinburgh. Very nice. How was your trip to Edinburgh? Soccer is my thing. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Aaron says, very good, smooth and high definition stream. Very rare of Microsoft Flight Sim. Absolute pleasure. I'm glad you're enjoying it, dude. No problem at all, Ed. Did they say when the fly-by-wire A380 is going to be released? I have no idea. That's a fly-by-wire thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's probably quite a ways off yet. Steon says, how do you looking at AI planes like that? So we did cover that a little bit earlier on, but I'll go through it just one more time for you guys, because this has been asked quite a few times now. So, like I said earlier on, it's something that I believe should be natively in the sim, but it's not. And what you have to do is quite a few things to get to this camera. So initially you need to enable the developer mode. So if you go to your general options and developers, turn developer mode on. And then what you'll need to do is go options and then sim objects, and then you'll be brought up with this list here. You'll be brought up with a list like that. Expand the airplane section and then expand the containers section. Down here you've got a bunch of numbers, and the numbers on the left hand side here. Oops. Bear with me. Okay, my zoom's not working, but you can see there's a bunch of numbers here on the left-hand side, right here. These are the IDs for each of the airplane sim objects. So what you then want to do is go to the FSLTL injector. You can see each aircraft has an ID here, like this and like this. These correspond to these IDs right here. So say, for example, I wanted to find the this Lufthansa that we're actually following right now. You can find an aircraft in the list that you want to follow. For example, you know, you can look at the aircraft type and its destination and how far away it is in this right-hand side. You can look at all that information, or, like I've been saying in this stream, you can use a little nav map and find an aircraft that way, which is how I find this one. Then what you can do is you can just look for, you found the call sign, say for example DLH55 Papa. You can see the ID there, 11917. Come back over to this window, find 11917 on this list, and it is here. You can click on this drop down and then click on this button here. There's a little button that says view, and then it will teleport the camera and it will latch it onto that sim object, a bit like how the camera behaves when you are following your own aircraft. Roy, yes, we are using the injector. A220 is coming. I'm not actually sure about that one. I do hope so, though, because I love the A220 and the look of it, but I don't think any AI traffic package has an A220 at the moment, because it's a fairly new aircraft, and the model will have to be made from scratch. So I don't think... I'm not 100% sure on that one, but hopefully... It is obviously a very popular aircraft now, so it would make sense, I think. Paulo Santos, welcome to the chat from the Azores. Hope you're doing well. Roy asks, how many antennas does the 767 have? I didn't actually count. I didn't actually see how many it had, to be honest with you. We did take a screenshot of it, though, so maybe we can bring that one up. Here you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 4 or 5. I'm not sure if these little small ones are antennas or not. There you go. Anyway. Is there a need for the injector when you're using PSXT and real traffic, says Roy? Probably not, no. I know PSXT is a payware injection solution. I don't really know how that compares to FSLTL, but I would imagine it's a case of one or the other. There's no harm in having them both installed, but you would probably only want to run one at a time. Welcome to the chat, dude. I'm sorry I can't read your name. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Connor says, curious as to why I can't see landing and takeoff aircraft. So I actually covered this in quite a lot of detail earlier on, and it is quite a long thing to explain. So if you skip back in the stream to maybe about 20 minutes to half an hour ago, then you should have your answer for that one. What I'm going to do as well, once this stream has ended, I'm going to put chapter markers in the stream so you guys can scroll between any of the questions that you want to hear the answer to quite easily. Right then, chat, I think I'm all caught up with everything. The only thing that I haven't found is whether there's an easy way to disconnect from this camera. I'm not actually sure if there is. Oh, so many more questions now. Okay, guys, let's have a look. Yeah, I know about that, Miner. It's so strange. There's just so many bots at the moment. Philatus says, looks like P3D. I might be stupid. Yeah, I mean, it's probably because we're looking at an AI aircraft. And on top of that, I've got quite a high zoom level going on here. so the ground textures look a bit blurry, but if I zoom out you can see it's Microsoft Flight Simulator. There is no communication with the standard AI engine within the sim. Not sure what you mean on that one, Roy. Oh, the I've forgotten what the name of it is now. The other payware injector that I've forgotten about. That one has no communication with the standard AI engine. That's... Oh, I didn't know that, actually. Hopefully I'm understanding you correctly there. Welcome to the chat, Le Sentier. Why do I have to insert an API key? You don't have to insert an API key. That's entirely optional. You can just run the injector without an API key. So basically what the API key does is it basically allows the injector to, when it's handing the aircraft over to the sim, when it's injecting it, basically it is... when you have an API key in, it will hand the aircraft over. It'll inject the aircraft with a flight plan, you know, with waypoints in it and things like that. However, if you don't put an API key in, what will happen is when the aircraft just gets injected into the sim, it'll just fly directly between two airports. So if it's going from Barcelona to Palma de Majorca, it'll just fly in a straight line between the two. Whereas if you have an API key on Flight Plan Database, there'll be a few turns and whatnot in the flight plan, so it'll be a bit more realistic. Are they planning on adding all models and less known airlines? Well, the plan is, yes, to expand the model library, and I don't know about all models possible. It really does depend on what is the goal, but it's a project that's going to be continually developed and moving into the future. Hopefully we'll have all models, but you know, where do you stop really? There's all models is an extremely large amount of aircraft. Are the plans to auto start the injector with the default settings, maybe by using Addon linker? By the way, thanks for your time. No problem at all, dude. It's a pleasure. And that's a good question, actually. That's some good feedback, and that would be quite cool to see if we could auto start the injector. Maybe if there is a flag that they can add to the file when it's executed that would auto start it. That would be quite cool. I think that could be something that would be quite cool to have. There's no plans that I'm aware of for that currently, but I will certainly suggest it to the dev team, and we do have some people from the team in the chat as well, so they'll also hear this as well. Rasso, no worries at all. Take it easy. Thank you very much for tuning in. Carl says hi from Cumbria. Hello to you, Carl. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Cumbria, very beautiful part of the UK. Aaron says, is the bouncing of aircraft on ground a sim limitation? Yes, it is. Yeah, that is something that Asobo have to fix. How is the night lighting on these aircraft? That is a good question. We can actually have a look at that. Once this aircraft has landed, I'll put it to nighttime, and you can have a look. It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. Jess Phillips, no worries at all. Take it easy, and thank you very much for stopping by. AIG has the 220. Okay, I did not know that, actually. I did not know that, chat. Thank you very much for that. They've already got the A380. Do you mean FSLTL or AIG? I'm not sure. FSLTL, we do already have an A380 in the works, but it's just not finished yet. There's some issues with the model, something to do with the windows or something like that. I don't I don't know that much about the model development process, but yeah, it's something that we've got in the works. When is the first update coming? Not sure. Can we see contrails on VATSIM? Yes, you can. We're going to fly on VATSIM later on for our flight, so hopefully we'll get to see some of that. Bob P says, I noticed the AI aircraft is not banking as I follow it in Flight Radar 24. That's because the injector isn't copying Flight Radar 24 one-to-one. It's not one-to-one. You can't really expect it to do that. That's not exactly how it works. Once the aircraft is being injected into the sim, it will behave under the laws and limitations of the AI traffic system within the sim, and it doesn't just exactly match what's in Flight Radar 24. Unfortunately, that'd be great if it did do, but it doesn't work in that way, unfortunately. Maybe in the future, though. Maybe in the future. Don't forget the VHF, UHF, and HF antennas. Yep, I've definitely probably forgot some there. I think you have to remove the alpha for some antennas, especially in the FedEx 767. Right, got you, Roy. Got you. I mean, I don't deal with the repaints or the models, so it's not really my area, that one. Scotty Bob says, love your FSLTL video, mate, installing a breeze. Well, I'm glad it did. That was the aim for it. Thank you very much for the feedback there and the kind words, dude. Much appreciated. Thank you very much for that explanation as well, the bearded Canuck. That was what I was saying with regards to following Flight Radar 24. Scott, welcome to the chat from Colorado Springs. Welcome indeed. Hope you're doing well. Can you play this on Xbox? Yes, you can play Microsoft Flight Simulator on Xbox, but this add-on that we're talking about is not on Xbox, unfortunately. Martin, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. How expensive are A320 series payware aircraft? Well, if you want an example, the Fenix A320 available for Microsoft Flight Simulator is £50. Ah, okay, Carl's beat me to it. There you go. But if you look at X-Plane, for example, the Tolis A319 and A321, they are, I think, $70 each. So, a bit more expensive in X-Plane. Hopefully future updates will correct call signs for regional airlines. Scott, obviously it's something we're looking to improve on over time. We want to get everything as accurate as possible. So if you do spot anything that we've missed, please do feel free to come to the Discord and drop it in there, and we can make sure we put that on our list of things to fix. Severi, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the sub. Martin as well, thank you very much for the sub. Catalunya, thank you very much, and Gib, thank you. Oh, it was the blur, right? Got you. Yeah, it did look a bit blurry, didn't it? When you zoom into a high zoom level, so you can get that nice depth of field effect. Yeah, the ground textures can go a bit funky when you're at high altitude. Can FSLTL also use a backup folder AIG OCI? Yes, it can. Yeah, it can use that for fallbacks. Yeah. Ulfdog, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome indeed. Nave says, looks like X-Plane 12. Yeah. I mean, X-Plane 12 is looking pretty fine these days. Can't lie. Marcel, no, it doesn't work with IVAO at the moment. And Philatus, my apologies. I've not updated the command for the scenery, but the scenery is in the video description that we'll be using for the flight today. Are we thinking of adding the E170, E190? Yes, they're on the list. Hang on, I've lost my place in chat here. But yes, to answer that question, it is something we're looking at in the future. How many painters do we have? That is a good question. I don't actually know off the top of my head. I can actually have a look in the Discord and tell you who's got that role. We've got, at the moment, 6 people who have that role in the Discord. Doesn't necessarily mean that's the only repainters we've got, but at least 6 is the answer to that question. It would be great if it could auto-start. Yep, Carl, potentially. That's something that we may look at in the future. It's not really me that makes these decisions. I'm just testing the add-on for the team. So, yeah, it's certainly something I'll suggest. And like I say, there are some people in here from the team who will be listening. Are there Q400s and GA? There are, let's see, Q400s. In fact, the easiest thing that I can say to answer that question is if you go to, in the video description for this video, this stream, click show more and then scroll down. There's a link to the full livery list, and obviously that shows you all of the models as well in there. With regards to GA aircraft, we did cover that earlier on. There isn't any GA aircraft at the moment, but it does use the native Asobo generic GA aircraft, which do actually an okay job for a lot of GA aircraft. That's where we're at with that at the moment. Can FSLTL also use liveries? Yes, it is. Yeah, I think I just answered that one actually, didn't I? Martin, welcome to the chat from Glasgow. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Would it be possible to make a crash simulation add-on? I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure whether there would be too many people that interested in that one, to be honest, but I don't know. Maybe. Night lighting was very good for me last night. Yep, exactly. Yeah, it is quite good. Once this aircraft has stopped flying in circles and it does actually land, then we'll get to see the night lighting. Roy says AIG even have the Sukhoi SSJ. Yeah, very good. I mean, AIG's library is pretty massive, isn't it? And they do cover a lot of things. So, you know, big kudos to them. Jauha, how am I following the plane? So we covered that earlier on. We've actually covered that twice on the stream already. If you rewind the stream, maybe about 10 minutes or so, you should get the answer to that. Can FSLTL also use liveries? Okay. I think you copy-pasted that one a few times, didn't you, Error Host? So many bots, please go away. Goodbye. Espen says, let's see. Great summary. Thank you very much, dude. I'm glad it's helpful to you. Has anyone tested FS HUD? I think a few people have run into some issues with it. I don't think it's not fully supported yet, as we discussed earlier on, but there is an announcement coming with regards to that in the next few weeks. So if you stay tuned and check the Discord, the FSLTL Discord, you should get an answer to that fairly soon. No plans for IVO compatibility at the moment, but that's just as it stands at the moment. Potentially in the future, it's something that can be done. IVAO, like I said earlier on, it uses a proprietary format for its model matching, so I'm not sure. The team aren't exactly sure how we go about doing that just yet. What do I need to click on the dev menu to select an aircraft to view? Again, if you rewind the stream a bit, it's quite a long process. You go options, sim objects, and then use these drop downs here. But if you rewind the stream, you can see the full explanation on that. I'm not going through it millions of times each time it gets asked. It's just going to bore people who have been here the whole time. Yeah, Scott, we do get a lot of those bots. We'll try and get rid of them where we can. Do I know if injector traffic will activate on Fenix TCAS? Yes, it should do. We're going to be testing that later. What's my computer specifications? They are down in the description below, or you can type !specs. PSXT and real traffic do work with the SID and stars though. Yeah, I mean, I've never used those. I can't really comment. Obviously, FSLTL has a solution at the moment. Yeah, it's still yet to be improved upon. I think PSXT and Real Traffic, are they, like I said, I think they're payware, aren't they? So obviously, yeah, they're not, FSLTL is still a new product. SIDS and stars, maybe in the future. I'm pretty sure some aircraft will follow them, but it might be a combination of the solution that they're using for FSLTL and the Microsoft Flight Sim AI system that's causing issues between it's causing issues for the flight plans on that one. When I click view, nothing happens. I'm not sure what to suggest. Make sure you've got the correct ID number, and make sure you're on the external view before you click view. Scott, the traffic injector can use some things from AIG. They can both coexist in the community folder. If you want to make any livery requests, I'd recommend doing that in the Discord. You wouldn't normally be viewing an AI plane so close-ups, though. Yeah, exactly, Carl, exactly. I'm just doing this for something to watch while we're answering the questions here. Sounds and models very good. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, very nice indeed, aren't they? And I'm glad you're finding it useful, Scott. Am I GPU or main thread limited? Main thread limited. Which flight number am I currently following? It is Lufthansa. Hang on. Lufthansa 55 Papa is the call sign. It probably landed a long time ago in the real world because this has just been flying circles for a bit. Does the traffic react to crosswinds at all in the sim? I'm not actually 100% certain if they do or not. I think they may do, actually. That's the whole idea of having it using the AI traffic system. But again, we know what the AI traffic system is like in Microsoft Flight Sim, so there's probably some quirks with regards to that. Right, there we go. Let's get it put to night time now, and we can see the lighting. We'll not go total darkness, but there you go. We'll go around the front so we can see the taxi lights before he turns them off. The landing lights, rather. Whoa! Okay, that aircraft just disappeared. My apologies, chat. My apologies. Sometimes that happens again. Microsoft Flight Sim thing. Sometimes the aircraft just disappear when they have landed. So we'll see if we can find another one before another one that's departing, maybe. Okay, no more departing aircraft at the moment. Do we have any on flight radar? That's the question. Because it is getting quite late now. Oh, we do have plenty on the ground. Let's see. '22, '23. I'm not sure if I've actually paused the injector by accident by clicking on something. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I actually paused the injector by doing that search. So if you're going to use the search function in the injector, make sure you press escape after it. Because I just paused the injector, my bad. Right. Let's see if we can find another aircraft that's gonna depart. Yeah, we'll have to wait for an aircraft to start its pre-flights. Okay, we've got one here. One 5563. Let's find that one. There we go. Right, so this guy's doing his pre-flight at the moment. So he's not departing. He's not going to depart immediately, but you get to see him do the startup and pushback, etc. Right, let's carry on with the questions then. That's because I changed the time. No, I didn't think the time actually affected the injected aircraft. I think it's, like I say, it's because the injector was stuck. I just pressed escape on the injector and it all just started injecting again. I think when I did the search, it paused it for quite a while there. So there was a lot of aircraft that were waiting to be injected by the looks of things. There we go, chat. Logo lights, come on. Taxi lights on. Beacon lights. Let's see, is he going to set the flaps? Does he do that on... That's a sporty turn, isn't it? We'll watch this guy taxi out. Looks like a real photo of a plane at an airport. Yeah, yeah. The sim sometimes does look like that sometimes, doesn't it? I like that you can view the AI aircraft. It is pretty cool, isn't it, Scott? But I feel like that functionality should be not as difficult to find than it is. So we've got a Boeing 737-9 here, ER. Look at that. They've even done the sort of parallax effect on the windows there. So it actually looks like there's an interior. Very nice indeed. Roy says also too many Wi-Fi antennas on this LL jet. Yeah, I mean, is that a problem with the actual model itself, or is that just the spec of this aircraft? I'm not sure exactly where that falls under. But if you think it's a problem with the model, please do contact us, put it on the Discord, and we'll see if we can resolve that. But like I say, this is the initial release of the add-on, so you know, if there's another variant required, perhaps that's something we can add a little bit down the line. Lighting does look great though, doesn't it, chat? Ah, there we go. Yeah, it looks like we're in the process of fixing the antenna situation. Lovely stuff. There we go, yeah. Lovely. All right then, guys, I think I'm caught up with all of the questions in the chat then. Holy crap, we got there. Well, guys, if you have any more questions, please do feel free to drop them down in the chat. I'm just going to take 2 minutes. Quick bathroom break. I'll leave you guys watching this aircraft as it taxis out, and then we are gonna do a do a flight. So I'll be back with you in, like I say, 2 or 3 minutes. The antennas are on sale. Yeah, clearly. Buy one, get one free. Vertical stabilizer looks like the BBJ variant. That's a good spot, that. I would have never noticed that personally. Do I work for Fly-by-Wire? Whoopsie Maincraft, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. I do not work for Fly-by-Wire now. The more antennas, the better. I'm ham radio. As a real-world retired airline pilot, I'm always blown away at how real home flight simulation is getting. Yeah, indeed, Scott. It is very, very good. Very exciting time to be a simmer, this. Every bandwidth is supported. Clearly. Very good. Chaff and flares and radar jammers will need those. Exactly. Is a plane that you have here released to Microsoft Flight Sim or FSX or X-Plane? So this is Microsoft Flight Sim we're looking at right now. But this very specific plane is just an AI aircraft. There's probably a 737-900 that you can get for FSX and probably X-Plane as well, but not for Microsoft Flight Simulator yet. Oh, another aircraft over there. Taxiing out with the beacon on and taxi lights. Lovely stuff. Love to see it. Very nice views, though. Randy, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Am I the developer of FSLTL? No, I'm not. I've been working with them to do some testing. I'm just a lowly tester. I don't do any of the development work, actually. But we do have some of the developers in the chat. Shout out to Nicotine for the lighting. Indeed. Excellent job there. Excellent job. How do I make the background blurry like that? You just need to use the showcase camera and then turn on the drone focus to, well, I've got it on auto at the moment. You can set it to manual if you want. Entirely up to you. Or you can do it with an Xbox pad using Y and B together. Is depth of field? Depth of field is not a default setting now. Can we have API key setup, please? You'll need to do that yourself if you follow the instructions in the video. Carlo, thank you very much for the sub. Res Rules, thank you very much. And Severi, thank you very much for the sub as well. Martin McKenzie as well, thank you very much for the sub. Welcome, guys. Eyebrows on the 900, yep. Poser, not sure. with regards to the actual accuracy of this specific registration. Or if the 900 had eyebrows. I'm not too familiar with all the options on Boeings, to be quite honest. Am I running 30% right now? No, I'm not running 30%. I'm running 30 IFR traffic, which is 30 aircraft. And then I'm running... Well, yeah, actually, I am running 30%. So 3 out of 10 additional parked aircraft. Do bear in mind, though, that this scenery does have some statics, but not many, actually. I think all of those aircraft there are all from the injector. That is my aircraft there. And then that one... Sorry, that is my aircraft there, and then that one to the left of it is a static, but I think all the rest that you see here, they're all injected on 30%. Can you actually track these on Flight Radar 24, how long the delay? Yes, you can, yeah. The delay, it varies depending on various factors. It's difficult to say, really. For example, this aircraft that we're watching here has probably long departed because I messed up the injector by pausing the injection for too long. So this one's probably long gone. But if I restart the injection, it should sync up with the real world a little bit better. To answer that question, I'm playing 1440p. And I think 1440p is a brilliant compromise between 4K and 1080p. And it's a big jump up from 1080p in my opinion. I really, really enjoy it. I used to do 1080p until fairly recently. Thank you very much for the sub there, Whoopsie. Oh, Siri is getting activated there. With 80%, yeah, 80% is very high. Very high. Yeah, I'm not surprised you tanked frames on that. Are we following an actual flight right now? That's dope. Yeah, I mean, we are following an actual flight, but it's not real time. It's probably quite delayed because the fact this aircraft... I paused the injection, so it's messed it up a little bit. But yeah, this is a real flight that previously departed. ELY 392 is the call sign if you want to look it up. Oh, that's not actually coming up. Oh, okay, that's the... Is that the wrong... Have I just read that wrong? Yeah, it is 392. LY 392. For some reason I can't bring that up on Flight Radar. I wonder if it's my browser. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's worked. Oh, no, it is still on the ground, actually. Yeah, so if you bring up Flight Radar, this aircraft that we're following right now, it's actually still at the gate. It's not pushed back yet, but it's there. It must be having an extra long sit at the gate, or maybe he's turned his transponder on early or something, and therefore the Microsoft Flight Sim system has kind of skipped ahead a little bit. But it is there. Julian Neil And Zoran, thank you very much for the subs, as well as Whoopsie Minecraft. Thank you very much, guys. Welcome to the channel. Right then, guys, we're going to get cracking with a flight in just a moment. Let's just watch this guy take off, seeing as though we've watched him taxi out. Maybe we can find another couple of aircraft as well while we wait. Wizz Air 1320 is also in the sim. Can't see that one on flight radar at the moment. I think that's one's... Yep, that's in the sky already. Ryanair 71. I think that's departed already. Shamrock 56. Yep, that's on the ground still. Here we go, guys. Look at that. Nice sounds. Beautiful. Lovely. Very nice, chat. Very nice indeed. Right. Okie dokes. So then, chat, what do we want to do now? I'm going to do a flight. I'm just going to reset the injection. Let's just bring it a little bit more up to date. Yeah, so we're going to do a flight in the Fenix. Now, what do you guys want to see? Do you want to see a flight on VATSIM, whereby there's probably not going to be too much traffic at the moment around this area? So we can do one on VATSIM, or we can do one using the... traffic injector from FSLTL. It's entirely up to you guys. We can do whichever. But just bear in mind that on VATSIM, obviously, there's not going to be a lot of traffic in this area at this moment in time. Can I follow Vueling at 2973? Sorry, I've just caught that one. Let's see if we can find it in a minute. 2973. Yeah, 2973. It's actually just over from me. It's just there, actually. But it will be doing its pre-flight now because it's just being injected. So there might be a while until that starts moving. A few minutes at least. Sorry, I missed that one before I reset the injector. Am I using DLSS? No, I'm not. You could just sit here and do streams of live ATC while sitting in your bedroom. Yeah, you probably could do, couldn't you? Right, I'm getting default A380s. Yeah, that's probably for another quad-engine aircraft that it's trying to replace there. You can see what it's doing in the... Oh, something I didn't mention to you guys as well is with regards to a log for FSLTL, if you want to find a log. So if you go to your injector, look at this path at the top here. That is that's the path where you'll find the log for FSLTL. So if you ever need to see what the injector's done, you can bring that up. So because it's in your app data folder, you'll have to bring up the run command. Bring up run command like that. Type %app data %. Press enter. That'll bring up your Explorer. You can come down to here to FSLTL traffic injector, and then you can see logs here, and you can bring up the log. Obviously, it's quite a big file, so it'll take a few seconds to load up. But once it has loaded, it'll tell you everything that it's doing with regards to what models it's using and for what aircraft, what call sign, etc., etc. So you can see all of the full detail right there. And you can see where it's bringing in the file from. And it's stalling because it's such a big file, but there we go. I need to stop trying to resize this window because it doesn't like it. Right, there we go. Okay. I've seen bad things with DLSS. Yeah, I mean, I've tried it, but because I'm CPU limited in the sim, it doesn't really make a difference for me. When I do 3 for parked, why is the additional parked aircraft 42? Well, as I explained in my video, it's more like a slider from 0 to 100%. It's not a actual number of parked aircraft. If you want minimal parked aircraft, set it to 1. Load in at Boston, busy on VATSIM. I've kind of already planned this flight, to be honest. And if I'm going to do a flight, it's going to be this one. I'm ready to go with the flights. It'll just take too long for me to get everything set up. Any tips to get better performance with VATSIM? Yeah, you can on vPilot. If you go to your settings, go to model matching, and then sorry, don't go to model matching. Go to performance, and then you can change these settings here. Maximum aircraft to display, you can bring that down, or you can bring the radius down as well so that it's smaller or less aircraft. John Fesser, welcome to the chat, dude. I hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. Welcome indeed. Another great streamer here on YouTube. John Fesser, go check out his channel. Absolute legend. You guys probably already know him, let's face it. Right then, guys, so I think we're done with the FSLTL questions now. Let me just check if there is much traffic on VATSIM. So there is actually some traffic, I think. Let me just refresh this. Okay, not really. There is some traffic at Ibiza. No, there isn't really much. I mean, we should still see planes flying in the sky, so to see the contrails and things like that. Let's just do it on VATSIM chat. So we'll set up the traffic injector to do just some parked aircraft. And we'll just crack on, guys, because it's going to be forever otherwise. Right, so injector settings, what we'll do is we'll change these. We'll go 0, 0, and then I'm happy with that amount of parked aircraft, to be honest. In fact, we'll go down a little bit. No, we'll stick it at 3 because it is quiet. So just got 30% on the parked aircraft, and let's do that. Okie dokes then, chat. So let's get rocking and rolling then. Obviously, if you do have any more questions, chat, with regards to FSLTL, please do, please do feel free to drop them in the chat and I'll answer them as we go along here. Normally what we do on our streams here is we go quite in depth with the flight planning and things like that. However, I'm not going to really do that in this stream, just to free up a bit of time for me to answer questions on FSLTL if needs be. Right. Okay then. So let's first of all get the stairs in place. Oh, my key bindings have stopped working there. Oh, I think that's a GSX thing. Hang fire. Did I select the wrong profile? No, I didn't. Oh, interesting. Okay, there we go. It's working again. That's strange. Interesting. Right. Anyways, let's crack on. So batteries, external power. Right, I'm just going to race through everything. Like I say, chats, normally we go a little bit more in detail about all this stuff, but just for today's flights, because I want to leave a bit of time to discuss things. I'm not going to go through everything in too much detail here. We're just going to kind of just get rolling with everything, with the flights, because I'm sure you guys want to see me do at least some flying today. Hopefully, maybe. I'm not sure. Another little cool thing I found as well with Sim Update 10 is you can use the VFR map now to actually bring up a... also it'll show some of the parked aircraft here on the VFR map. Yeah, you can actually just click on an airport here and it'll give you the current meta at the bottom there, which is pretty nice, I think. QNH 1004, so let's get that set. There we go, lovely stuff. Now we'll set that there and there. We'll get all the lighting turned up. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right. All looking good there. Let's get these ones on as well. We'll go ATSU. AOC, flight in it. Do that as well. We get some more lighting. We don't want to need the floodlights really. We're going to fly with daytime conditions, but with live weather. Right, and everything else is looking good to go. We'll go 122.8 on the on VHF 1 because we are going to be on VATSIM. Let's just do that. Right. Sorry, I've just reminded myself that I still need to pre-file. That's why I've just completely lost my train of thoughts. Right. Okay, that's filed. We're going to be Vueling 2 Yankee Foxtrot. That's actually quite a difficult one to say, isn't it? But we'll get logged on to VATSIM now. Lovely. Right. So that's done. Okie dokes. I'll get the music turned down a bit so we can hear the aircraft a bit better. Looks like Madrid. It's Barcelona, Christian. Keith says, just in work on night shift watching this. Very good. Very good. I hope you're enjoying. I hope you're not working too hard, dude. Am I UK based? Yes, I am. Travel, yeah. Am I going to be on multiplayer? No, Mariner. We're on VATSIM. John Fezzer says, hope you've had a good stream. Yeah, it's been great, thank you. Yeah, actually, I think we've hit some record numbers today. So thank you very much to everybody who's tuned in and who has tuned in and is tuned in. Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I hope you found it helpful for FSLTL. And yeah, if you have, hit the like button. Would really appreciate that. All right. Cool. So let's carry on with the setup here then. So I'm going to, like I say, try and do the setup relatively quickly because I know we've been waffling on for quite some time here. And the SimBrief flight plan has the incorrect time set because we did that on real time, didn't we? So let's just flick it to real time. And we'll just re-import it. I'll tell you what we'll do is... Why does it say departing? Surely it should say that we're late. Interesting. Okay, well, I guess that doesn't really matter then. Let's just ignore the time situation. Right. There we go. Okay, we'll carry on as we are then. So ground services, we don't need to do anything with. We'll use GSX for that. So we'll actually start the loading of the aircraft now. We'll go for real time. 23 minutes isn't too long, is it? And we'll request boarding from GSX as well. We'll go into the sim settings here. Just make sure some things are set up. I don't think I've flown with this livery yet. So we'll just go like that. And then we'll turn the LDEV off and nav in the go-around on. Lovely. Cool, cool, cool. Everything else can stay as it is. Right. Okie dokes. Let's hide the iPad over here. And love that you can change the seating position here now as well. Love to see it. Love to see it. Right. Okay, let's go ahead and set up the MCDU then. So we've done flight init. Let's go data, aircraft status. Nav data is current. That's all looking good. Let's bring in the flight plan. Gary asks, which aircraft is this one? This is the Fenix A320. Andy, good evening from Toronto. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. Glad you're enjoying it, dude. Thank you very much for the kind words. Glad you're not working too hard, Keith. Madrid or Barcelona, most important? It is in Italy. Not quite sure what you mean by that one, Christian. I'm not sure if something's been lost in translation there. Nice tool work for me perfectly, and traffic works 80% with Flight Radar 24. Glad to hear it. Glad you're getting on well with it. If anyone, like I say, has any questions, please do feel free to drop them anytime in the chat. Low battery on the iPad. Oh, really? No way. I didn't even notice. It's because we've been sat here for so long, isn't it? Very good. Well, it's... oh, I've unplugged it as well, haven't I? Oh, no, it is plugged in. My bad. The wire goes on this side, doesn't it? Very good. Anyway, it's charging now, so we can carry on. So our flight number or call sign is Vueling 2 Yankee Foxtrot. And cost index is cost index 15. I tried to have a look online to see if I could find the actual cost index Vueling used, but I couldn't actually find it. So I think 15 is a fairly sensible number. Cruising flight level is going to be flight level 130 today, and the temperature up at the top of climb is -8. That's all correct and looking good. Temperature outside is 18 degrees, so let's select that as well. Flight plan. I'm just going to check the weather because we have been sat here a while. So, winds are 09011. So our initial flight plan should be still fine. 06 right. We're going to use for departure. That's what they were using on VATSIM when I first created this flight just before the stream. So that's what we'll go with. We'll go for 06 right, and we're going to go for the LEPA 3 Romeo departure. LEPA 3 Romeo, which we'll insert. That's all good and well. We'll check this through with the chart momentarily. Arrival into Palma is going to be the Tulso 2 Papa onto 24 left, which we'll check the weather for on the way. But yeah, imagine that's going to be okay. Tulso 2 Papa. Let's see. So many stars here. Oh my god, there's so many.
Your crew has boarded.
Tulso 2 Papa. There it is. And we're going to go via the Palenza VOR. Lovely. What's going on outside? We've got some baggage. Lovely. I don't think I've done a remote stand with GSX yet, so this will be nice. Right, okie dokes. So just before we go any further, let's have a quick check through the flight plan against the charts. So for the departure, we've got the LEPA 3 Romeo. We've got climb straight ahead to 500 feet, which we've got in. Max 200 knots for a right turn to intercept the 089 radial from El Prat, VOR, and then out for... out towards Sucos, which is identified by 7 miles. From the VOR between flight level 80 and above 4,000 feet, which is in there. That's all looking good. Speed constraint of 200 is in there as well. And then there's no other restrictions bar. Minimum flight level of 100 at LEPA, which is all looking good. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right. That's all looking good. Let's make sure there's no discos, which there isn't. Let's just check as well on the nav display. Make sure everything looks good there. Yeah, all looking good. Yeah, that little turn there is... Yeah, looks okay, doesn't it? Not perfect, but that'll do. We might give ourselves a direct on the departure as well here to just save a bit of time. So the departure itself is... Oh, I've closed... Can you guys hear the GSX audio, by the way, guys? I think I've got it on the wrong output. It seems to reset itself all the time, but... I think it's coming out of my speakers, unfortunately. So the departure charts, let's just... I'm sure I pinned these earlier on. I'm sure I did. Anyway, we've got it now. Airport elevation 14 feet. Transition altitude 6,000 feet. And initial climb 6,000 feet. Oh yeah, it's coming out the speakers, isn't it? And it's an RNAV departure, so we don't really need to tune anything. We could tune the Prat VOR just as a backup. And then we'll put in that radial as well, 089er. Right, lovely stuff. Okie dokes. So that is everything. Transition altitude, I'm going to try and remember, 6,000 feet. Secondary flight plan, we'll just copy the active there. And then we shall set a new destination of the current airfield, Lima Echo Bravo Lima. Just in case we need to come back for engine failure, something like that. And I've forgotten our departing runway already. 06 right. And then we'll just set up for a straight return to 06 right on the ILS. ILS Zulu is what I want. There we go. And no start. Okay, so that's secondary flight plan completed. In it B, we'll come... We'll just go over to this one right here. We'll go ATSU, AOC. Oh, we've got no load sheet yet. Okay, so that's a problem. Okay, we are going to need to alter this, aren't we? So let's just... Can we amend that? Yeah, we can. Beautiful. It's 12:12 in the sim, so we'll go for 12:30. Lovely. That means we should get a load sheet. There we go. Lovely stuff. So we've got a zero fuel weight of 56.3 and a CG of 29.8 is expected. So we'll go in it B and stick it in. Refueling is completed. 4.4 tons on board. We'll go ahead and stick the seatbelt signs on as well. 4.4. Wind component is a slight tailwind, 6 knots we can stick in there as well. Trip fuel is a little bit more than the planned on the OFP. And for our alternate we need 1.2. Contingency of 0.6, which gives us 0 extra. Okay, so that all works out fine. No worries, let's go to perf and we'll just do the takeoff perf based on the preliminary figures. So 06 right, we'll sync the load sheet, packs on, and we'll sync the weather as well. We are using live weather despite we're not having the correct time. So 132, 135, 1 and 68. Flaps 1 down 0.0 and 68 on the flex temperature. Just going to go ahead and check on the black box website here for the correct noise abatement procedure. NADP2, so thrust reduction acceleration at 1500 feet is absolutely fine. Engine out SID we can also just cover here real quick as well. We can go fix info, and for 06 right, it is saying 07 right here on the website, but let's just check here on the chart. Right, let's just go and get the 10.9. 06 right. So it's runway heading and then hold at 25 miles. So we're going to put in level 2 for left. And we'll put in a 25 mile radius and a radial of 064. So that's going to give us 25 mile line coming off at the opposite end of the runway, which should give us what we need if we need to hold, if we have an engine out, which we won't. We don't have failures on, but I'll tell you what, actually, since it's quiet on VATSIM, what we can do is we'll put random failures to all, which we usually have minor on VATSIM, but we'll go for all because, well, there's hardly any traffic, so it shouldn't really cause a big issue. 6,000 feet in the initial climb, and then we'll just make sure this one is set as well. 1004 is set. Lovely. Okay, we're nearly there, chat. Are we boarded? Are the passengers boarding out here? Oh, the bus has just got here. Holy crap. Took a while, didn't it? Vueling are using 20 for a cost index. Brilliant. Good to know. I will add that to my SimBrief profile. Appreciate that, FCAM. Okay, we're still boarding. We're still boarding. I was just very quick there on the setup, wasn't I? Here they come. Right then, chats. I'm just going to need to nip to the bathroom again. I'll be back with you in just a second here. Give us 2 minutes. Right, sorry about that, chat. Water is going right through me today. Which mod is that bus with the people? It's called GSX. GSX Pro, to be precise. Do the animations all work on the models while on VATSIM? They do indeed, yeah. I think Sophie's got you there. Very good. How do I get an A321 in Microsoft Flight Simulator? I think there's one on flightsim.to, but I'm not 100% sure. Josh says, I just flew from Dublin to Heathrow and I have to say I've loved FSLTL. No issues landing and parking up. Terminal 5. Very good. Love to see it. It was nice to see an American nearby. Yeah, very good. Yeah, I've done a little bit of spotting at Heathrow. Yeah, it is quite nice, isn't it? The only thing I noticed is that some planes go around. Yep. Yep, that is a Microsoft Flight Sim issue, unfortunately. Something that the Asobo team need to fix. Please tell me I'm not the only one who thinks Bobby looks like Andrew Garfield. I'm not sure who that is, to be honest, Sharper Travel. Seb says, really enjoying FSLTL so far. Wipes the floor with alternatives at the moment. Any plans for a full GUI for the injector? Maybe a Flight Radar 24 style radar. That would be super cool, wouldn't it? Sophie, what are you saying? Right. Love the attention to detail on this livery with the dirt dripping down from the windows there. Very, very nice indeed. Right. Okay, we're nearly boarded on the Fenix app. I think GSX is a little bit ahead of things here. So, yeah, let's just chill. If you guys have any more questions about FSLTL, please do drop them in the comments. More than happy to try and answer questions where I can do. Obviously, we've been through quite a few questions here earlier on in the stream. So if you're just tuning in, if you rewind the stream till earlier on, you can hear a lot of the commonly asked questions that I answered a little bit earlier on in the stream. Look at that with the jetways connected and the ground services. You love to see it, don't you, chat? You absolutely love to see it. These are just parked static aircraft because we are on VATSIM at the moment. Right. Tell you what then, chat. Whilst we wait for the aircraft to finish loading here. How long have we got? Not that long. We'll have a quick look at the charts for the taxi out. So let's have a quick look. So I've got the 10.9 here for Barcelona, and we are currently here on the remote apron. I'm not sure what this apron is called. Romeo 16 potentially. Barcelona is a very, 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 very complex airport to move around. We're departing off 06 right anyway, so what we'll do is we'll... let me just have a quick look at the pages here with regards to taxiing. Because I'm quite intrigued actually to see whether you can just drive straight forward out of these stands. I'm pretty sure you can, to be quite honest. I'm not going to bore you guys with that. Anyways, we've got the chart here for arrival runway 06 left and departures runway 06 right. This is the setup they had on VATSIM before they went offline. So what we'll do is we'll try and follow this in terms of the taxi procedure. So what we'll do is we're currently here at stand 334, which is here. We'll taxi straight forwards onto Hotel Sierra 1. I'll take a little shortcut here, right. We'll go right initially, then left onto India Sierra, right onto Echo 3, and then right onto Juliet. We'll follow Juliet down, and then take another right onto Kilo. We'll follow Kilo down, and then follow Kilo all the way down to the holding point for 06 right. We'll take off 06 right, Then we're going to fly the LEPA 3 Romeo departure. This is an RNAV departure runway 07 right. 250 knots below flight level 100. We're going to depart straight ahead up to 500 feet. Then we're going to take a right turn, max 200 knots, intercepting the 089 radial from the Prat VOR. And at 7 miles from the Prat VOR, we'll reach the Sukos fix, which is a flyover waypoint. Minimum altitude 4,000, maximum flight level 80, and then a 107 track out to Bravo Lima 010. Then Tassos, and then out to LEPA. Flight level 100 is the minimum required altitude flight level at that fix. Now, what we'll probably do, chat, because it is quite quiet on VATSIM here, what we'll probably do is just complete this turn, fly over Sukos, and then just give ourselves a direct out to LEPA, and we'll just cut off this section here because it is very, very quiet on VATSIM. If I bring up the traffic here, we can refresh. So as you can see, we do have some traffic in the area. This is inbound. That's just departed. In fact, that's us. Sorry. That's us. That's going to pass over. That's not in the way. That's not in the way. So, yeah, we can give ourselves a nice direct, nice and easy there. And then we're going to come in. Obviously, we're coming to Majorca down here. Right, so that about wraps things up for the departure briefing. We should have the aircraft loaded now, which we do. Let's see, do we have a final load sheet? We don't just yet. Let's go ahead for the startup nevertheless. Now then, one thing I did just want to quickly check is, can you actually start up on stand here? That's a question that I have. Let's just double check here. I'm not actually sure. Sorry, chat. I'm just reading through the charts here. I can't see anything about starting up on stand or whether you can or cannot. I think we're just gonna do it though, chat. So APU master on and APU start. I should have started that earlier, really. It's going to take a bit of a while now to warm up, but we'll skip the warm-up phase because we will. Right. Getting that APU fired up. Oh, beautiful new sounds though. I've not heard this one yet. Alright, so Sophie says with regards to the new GUI, the idea of this exists, but in the state of the idea at the moment. Thing is, we use little nav map for so long and it works so well that it feels a bit redundant, but at some time it should be done properly. Probably. Very good. Paul Lee says FSLTL does look great, but in regards to live traffic at the moment, it's quite poor in comparison to real traffic. Are there plans to improve it? I'm not exactly 100% sure what you're referring to there, Paul. Not sure the terminology is throwing me off there with regards to live traffic and real traffic. If you could clarify, maybe I'd be able to answer that. Readability 5. And maybe have some kind of radar display. Yeah, someone's just mentioned that regarding the radar display. But guys, if you want some kind of radar display, what you can do is...
3808.
Let me just turn this down a bit. Guys, if you want some kind of radar display, if you want to see what traffic has been injected by the traffic injector, you can download a little nav map here and it will show the aircraft in the sim. These are all parked aircraft at the moment because we're on VATSIM, and these are VATSIM aircraft. So yeah, download a little nav map if you just Google little nav map, and yeah, it's super useful to see what the injector is doing. FSLTL only really work at bigger airports. I spawned in at GRR International and none of the arriving flights showed at all. Granted, I've only had it installed with the injector today. Yeah, I mean, I think Sophie's answered that one for you as well. Yeah, very good. Thank you, Sophie. Real traffic is a payware. Ah, okay, very good. Yeah, well, I mean, real traffic is payware. I'm not sure you can really fairly compare a payware to a freeware, honestly. So, yeah, if it's not matching that, obviously this is a freeware project. It's done by people in their spare time. Real traffic is done and they're paid for it. So it's a little bit of a different sort of approach to the development process. So, yeah, it's a bit harsh to compare the two. Right, okay, chat. Let's get moving anyway. I'm just going to go ahead and start up the engines on the stand here because we're just going to taxi out straight forwards here. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that would be a thing or not. I think we'll just go for a pushback, chat. Let's just do it properly. Let's just do it properly, shall we? So we can disconnect the GPU, we'll get rid of the chocks and cones because we're now on APU. We'll get the APU bleed started. Lovely stuff. Right, so let's call for pushback. We'll get the beacon light on. And we'll do our checklist. Alright, so cockpit preparation we should have done earlier, but we'll do it now. Gear pins and covers are removed. Fuel quantity is 4.4 tons. Seatbelt signs are on. DIRs are in nav. Barrel F is set 1004123. Before start checklist, parking brake is set. Takeoff speeds and thrust are 3235 and 35 flex of 68 degrees. Windows are closed. Beacon light is on. And we'll close this door as well while we're at it. Before start checklist complete. Just waiting for the tug to connect. Gendos and Leonhard, thank you very much for the subscriptions. Welcome to the channel. And we want to go with the tail to the left. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, you can't hear the GSX sounds. Unfortunately, they're coming out my speakers, and I don't want to change the audio device now because it's just going to restart the GSX. Parking brake is released. Let's go. Off we go. Got our wing walker down here. Love to see it. Alright, engine mode selected to ignition starts. Engine 2 starts. Let's get the sound up for this. Can hear those fuel pumps whirring away. Lovely, lovely. Oh, interesting pushback. Not sure where the wing walker's going. Alrighty, right. Engine 2 is a Veil. Let's restart the chrono. And we'll go for a start on engine numero 1. Bit of a short barker this time. Wow, this is a long push. We can probably stop. Oh, there we go. Brakes are set. We're just going to send the pushback tug on his way now. Okay, engine 1 is Veil. Lovely stuff. Let's restart that chrono. Engine mode selector back to norm. Let's set the flaps to 1. We'll arm the ground spoilers. Set the transponder to on. Auto brake can come to max. Lovely stuff. Coming overhead, we'll turn the APU bleed off and the APU master off. Lovely. Okay, let's go and just check here. We've got another company message. We'll go ATSU and AOC. Check the load sheets. 56.4 and 30.2, so slight change there, I think. Yes, quite a decent change actually in terms of the CG. So we'll amend the figures there and we'll have to come back and just run our takeoff performance one more time. So we'll sync that and we'll sync the weather. Cool. Alright, so 283535 down 0.1. That's the only thing that's changed. So 128, the V1 speed changed, and then the trim setting is down 0.1, which we'll go ahead and set now as well. So flight controls, and we'll set, oops, that's the wrong way, down 0.1. Lovely. Okie dokes. Let's do a quick flight controls check as well whilst we are here. So ailerons, full left, full right, and neutral. Elevator, full up, full down, and neutral. Rudders, full left, full right, full left, full right, and back to neutral. Lovely. Jubbly. Alright then, chat. Let's go. We get the nose light to taxi and the runway turn-off lights on. Parking brake is released. Let's get out of here. I'm just going to double check the QNH as well. It's showing as negative on the altimeter. $1009. Oh wow, that's quite a big change, isn't it? Okay, that all makes sense. Great stuff. All right, cool. Right, all right. Might as well bring the chart up on here. So we're going to take a left and then a right and then follow it round. Barcelona traffic, Vueling 2 Yankee Foxtrot, taxi to runway 06 right, Barcelona traffic. All right, chat.
Good evening, Vueling 150.
Oh,
Pushing inside in from stand 242, Barcelona.
beautiful. We've got Mariner Halley on the server on VATSIM. Very good. Oh, that's another player coming in there. 737. No matched livery, though. That is a big float right there. Holy. See the effects, though? Wow, that's a fair bit of smoke as well. Alright, let's see what call sign that guy had. He had a Vueling call sign, but a Boeing 738. So, yeah, of course, that's not going to match. Alright, let's catch up with some of the chats here. Paul asks, can you post a link to it? Yeah, by all means, if you want to post a link in the chat. I'm not sure if Nightbot will let you, but you can try it. Faux Flights, just installed it a couple of hours ago, and I will parrot the other feedback. Really great stuff. I had just been using the AIG liveries models, but the planes and injector work great for FSLTL. Yeah, glad you're enjoying it, dude. No problem at all. Don't thank me. I'm just a tester. Thank the developers. Sophie is in the chat, who got this project all started. And yeah, absolutely over the moon to see it actually come to fruition. And yeah, I'm glad that everyone's enjoying it. We've got a bit of a face-off here with a catering truck. We're just gonna look down here. We're just gonna turn our predictive wind shear on whilst we are passing this guy, and we'll turn the weather radar on as well. Alright, there we go. We saw nothing. EekTV says, just tuned in, so it's probably got asked before, is there a huge difference in traffic between Microsoft Flight Sim Live Traffic and FSLTL? There is a decent difference, yeah. Microsoft Flight Sim Live Traffic is a bit patchy. It doesn't seem to be very consistent, although admittedly I haven't used it in quite a while. Also, Microsoft Flight Sim Live Traffic doesn't actually inject any parked traffic. It's just traffic that is active, so there is also, yeah, that. It doesn't really put anything on the ground. It doesn't really add too much life in that regard, unfortunately. Paul says you can compare as are trying to do the same thing, but obviously I appreciate FSLTL is free, and absolute kudos to the team, which is why I asked if it will be improved. Yeah, I mean, it is a project that will be continually developed and improved as time goes on. So yeah, I'm sure we will see some new features as time goes on there. Can't quite reach that knob. There we are. Lovely. Jubbly. Is that even... That's not scrolling for me, is it? Oh, there we go. Lovely. How much FPS do I have with FSLTL? We did a little test earlier on. So initially I had, without FSLTL, I had about 49 frames per second, somewhere around that figure, and then with FSLTL doing the full injection process, we had about 40 FPS. But currently we are on VATSIM, and we are just using parked traffic from the injector. And the frames we're getting at the moment, I can tell you, is I forgot my keyboard shortcut. There it is. About 30 frames, but bearing in mind we are using the Fenix now and it's powered up, but before it wasn't powered up. Which is not bad. Also guys, just to let you know, this is the first time I've flown this update. There was an update released for the Fenix today, and it's the first time I've flown this update, so there may be some jankiness going on with my flying abilities today. I think I've taken the wrong turning there. I think I needed to go for that second one, but I think they both lead the same way, so it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, no issues.
Taxi in runway 07 right by Echo, Juliet and Kilo.
Does Mariner have 07 right on his scenery? I have 06. I know they've updated the runway designators at Barcelona fairly recently. Look at that though. That is a picture right there. Look at that. Lovely. Am I the only one having rudder and nav issues since the updates? I'm not sure, Matt. I've not really followed the latest update with Fenix. Like I say, first time flying it now, and like I say, I haven't really been following the Discord, so I'm not really sure what everyone else is experiencing, unfortunately. Maybe worth checking there to see if anyone else has the same sort of issues. Okie dokes. So, after start checklist we didn't do, but anti-ice is not required. ECAM status is checked. Pitch trim is 0.1 down. Rudder trim is neutral. After start checklist complete, and then taxi checklist. Flight controls are checked. Flap setting is config 1+F. Radar and predictive wind shear are on. Engine mode selector is in norm. And the ECAM memo is takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Right. Is the runway 06 right is confirmed on the sign there. Barcelona traffic, Vueling at 2 Yankee Foxtrot, lining up 06 right. Barcelona traffic. Checking the approach sector, all looks clear.
Go on, son, give it some beans.
Give it some beans, lad. Right, we're coming onto the runway now. Let's turn the strobe lights on. Need a bit more beans than that to actually get lined up. Right, we're going to pretend we're clear for takeoff. Let's go. Barcelona traffic, Vueling 2 Yankee Foxtrot, taking off runway 06 right. Lap 3 Romeo departure. Barcelona traffic. Oh, we're stuck. Maybe there's a slight uphill gradient there on that taxiway. There's Mariner over there. Give him a wave. Alright, we'll get the landing lights and nose lights to take off. We shall start the chrono. Engines up to 50%. We are stable. And takeoff. Manflex 68 SRS runway autothrust is below. Got a little bit of wind from the left, 100 knots. V1 rotate.
150 via Golf 12, lining up runway 065.
Nav, positive rates, gear up. Lovely. Overshooting that turn a little bit there. Too much looking out the window. Lever climb. Thrust climb, climb, auto thrust. Oh, I knew I forgot something. My TCAS. Alright, AP2. Oh, that didn't work. There we go, AP2. Right, TCAS TA, alright. Lineup checklist was complete. Takeoff runway 06 right was confirmed. TCAS was off. And packs 1 and 2 on. Lineup checklist was complete. There we go. Lovely stuff. Nice departure there, chat. I think we can reset the chrono now. We get the ground spoilers disarmed and the nose lights off. All looking good. Lovely job. We're above the S speed now. Let's get the flaps retracted. Right, we'll just clear ourselves straight up to our cruising flight level of 130. And we've got a speed constraint. And sorry, we'll pull for open climb because we've got an altitude constraint there on the departure. We'll stick at 200 knots until we've completed this turn. Aircraft is keeping that speed quite nicely there. And there we go, accelerating out to 250 knots. We'll pull for standard, flight level 130 blue, standard set. And what we'll do as well is we'll give ourselves a direct out to LEPA. We'll insert that. That's going to give us a nice little right turn. Out to LEPA, very nice. Barcelona traffic, Vueling to Yankee Foxtrot. We're on the LEPA 3 Romeo. Direct LEPA Barcelona traffic. Lovely. Nice little departure, that, chat, if I do say so myself. Let's see if we can spot any aircraft now then. Some other VATSIM aircraft. I think VATSIM aircraft actually do show up on the VFR map, so let's just see if we can see anyone here. Okay, no, I tell a lie, maybe they don't. I thought they did. I thought they added that in. Or maybe there's no one close. Also quite possible. Let's have a look. Little nav map will show us. Oh, okay. So there, yeah, there is actually nobody near us at the moment. That's unfortunate. There was quite a few people before, wasn't there? There's plenty of people pretty much everywhere else but near us, which is very unfortunate. There is someone on approach to Palma, but we can't see that far. Right, past flight level 100, get the landing lights off, and we'll turn the seatbelt signs off as well. Okie dokes, chats. The new engine startup sounds are so good. Yes, they are indeed, Logan, aren't they? Very, very nice indeed. The whole sound update, in fact, for the Fenix that they did recently, all very, very nice, isn't it? We can also go into the flight plan here. We'll clear out this fix as well. Lovely, lovely. Let's see. Rudder does not recenter and sticks after inputs, and nav mode doesn't work for any aircraft, even though my flight plan is set up. Interesting. I've not come across that, to be honest with you. I mean, as you can see, the flight plan is following the flight plan perfectly fine here. Alt cruise, and yeah, it seems to be working just grand. Are you using default aircraft or add-on aircraft? Faux Flight says I had no noticeable FPS hit with FSLTL.
Direct LEPA.
Love to see it, Mariner. Love to see it. It's been ages since we've done a flight on VATSIM together. Oh, I tell you what we might be able to do, though. We might be able to see Mariner's contrail. No, not just yet. Probably not high enough. We might not even be high enough, to be honest, to be producing. I mean, we're not producing a contrail, so maybe he won't either. Look at all these shafts of rain coming down. Beautiful. Right, so let's catch up with some of the chats here. Let's see. Miller, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Why no match for that guy just landing? Yeah, I think I just explained that one, but basically it's because he logged in on VATSIM with a Boeing 737, but he used a Vueling Callsign, and I'm pretty certain Vueling doesn't have any 737s. Maybe they do, but obviously FSLTL, we don't have a livery for that just yet. Sophie, yeah, no, I didn't see the truck. I don't know what you're talking about there. I did not see the truck. I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure. Santiago, can you show us your sim settings? I'm assuming you're talking about the video graphics settings. If you type in the chat !settings, there's a little clip to a video that I did. A little clip from a previous stream where I was showing my settings. Soph says, hi, I installed it and played with it, but was just seeing the airplanes parked. I couldn't see the airplanes landing, nor taxiing, nor holding points. Basically, any flight radar 24. Yeah, so Soph, we went through this a little bit earlier in the stream. If you wind back to the earlier part of the stream, maybe about 15 minutes to half an hour in, I went through why that could be in quite a lot of detail. I'm not going to go through that all again because it is quite a thing to explain. Reset, good day. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. No worries at all, Paul. No worries. Pizza Chips, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're doing well. FSLTL is free indeed. Yes, it certainly is. Thank you, Sophie, for responding to Soph there. Reset says, just wanted to say thanks for putting together FSLTL. Really appreciate what it has brought to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, I mean, whoa, okay, live weather change there. Yeah, well, I'm just one of the testers, but I will pass your thanks off to the dev team. You've got one of the developers in the chat here as well. But yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? I'm glad you're enjoying it. Woot is liking the camera angles. Yep, yep. Gotta love a good nose wheel cam on a takeoff. You're currently downloading FSLTL. Very good. Enjoy, enjoy. You have to let us know how you get on. Alu is loving FSLTL as well. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear all this positive feedback. It's just brilliant. Narol says, hi, have not flying for a long time. Does VATSIM show the nameplates of other planes? No, it doesn't yet. No. I think it is something they're working on getting fixed, but not currently. Yeah, it's a bit of a sim issue, that. Narol says, is it the same for AIG? I'm not sure what you mean by that one, Narol, but maybe you're asking, is it similar to AIG? It is quite similar, yes, but it does have quite a few different, quite a number of let's say, improved features that are really, really nice in my opinion. By all means, watch through my video that I posted last night on the topic, and it gives you basically the full rundown there. Oh yeah, so it does show VATSIM traffic on the VFR map. Very good. Right, let's see what the weather's looking like over at Majorca. So we've got a META on the 29th at 2314 Zulu. Winds are, oh, that's some wind right there. 330 at 15 knots, so quite windy. Visibility is 6,000 feet, sorry, 6,000 meters, 6,000 kilometers, 6 kilometers. Thunderstorms and rain in the vicinity. Few clouds at 2,000 feet. Few clouds at 2,500 feet with CBs. Scattered clouds at 6,000 feet. And 17 degrees temperature, 14 degrees dew point, QNH 1005. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I was not expecting spicy weather like this, to be quite honest, coming into Majorca, but nevertheless, here we go, guys. We'll stick this information in here anyway. So we've got QNH 1005. We've got a temperature of 17 degrees. Winds are 330 at 15. And there we go. Lovely stuff. We'll put the transition level up by 1,000 feet. And we'll get our minimums momentarily. Alright, into the Merc we go. Let's do our arrival performance. Oh, we're getting buttery frames though, right here. Lovely. Right over the sea, aren't we? That's why. Okie dokes. So, runway 24 right, was it that we planned for? Yep, 24 left even. 24 left. Runway, we're going to say that it's good medium. I'll go for medium. Let's say apply meta. Oh, this is an older meta even than the one we just looked at. Let's refresh it. Yeah, this is an older meta. Alright, let's use the updated information anyway. I do enjoy the fact that you can do this now. It's so nice. Right. So wind is 330 Oops. I need to delete it, don't I? 330 at 15. Temperature of 17. QNH 1005 hectopascals. That was already in there. I'm not paying attention. Right, landing weights. 3 tons on board at arrival. We're currently on 3.2. And the current gross weight's 59.7. So we'll go for 59.5 as the landing weight. Seeing as though it's last flight of the day, we'll just take medium auto brake and thrust idle. Sorry, reverse. We might go for max reverse actually, because we might have some contamination on the runway. And then we'll go for a flap. It's quite windy, so maybe we'll go for flap 3's landing. And we'll go for auto thrust off. We'll go landing flap 3 here and that config 3 for the landing. And then in terms of the approach, we're going to do the ILS 424 right. ILS Zulu. Minimums are 224. 24 left even. God, I keep getting the wrong way around. $239. Slightly higher minimums on this one. Right then, chat. Not far to descend. We're going to go for medium auto brake, we said. That is selected. Lovely. So I'm not going to brief the charts as I would normally do, chat. I'm just going to check things in the background here, just so I can chat to you guys. 1093-237. iPal. iPal. Have you got the right frequency? iPal. Right. Okie dokes. So I'm not going to check the restrictions. I'm just going to let VNAV do its thing. Normally we would go through all that, chat, but not in this instance. We'll just set the platform altitude of 2,500 feet because, again, it's very, very quiet here on VATSIM, so not any major need to fly to give ourselves a higher clearance. So we'll set 2,500 feet, and we'll initially push for a managed descent. So Des Alt Blue, flight level 25 Blue, and we should really swap over to local altimeter, but I'm just going to leave it for temporary. The screens are lagging a bit there. That's a bit strange. Jetmech, no worries at all, dude. I'm glad it was helpful to you. Juan Pablo, welcome to the chat from Argentina. Hope you're doing well. Clear sky for me. We're going to see about that one. Thank you very much for the sub, though, dude. Sorry, Mariner, I completely missed your message yet. Flight level 130 was my cruise as well. Othniel, thank you very much for the kind words. I'm glad the video was helpful to you. Yes, I'm right there with you. It's my primary traffic add-on as well. Jetmech says seeing issues with traffic way too high when they're coming to land. Yeah, so that's a sim issue, unfortunately. Something that Asobo have to fix on their end. Kevin says, do you need Navigraph maps for the Fenix, and can you still use the built-in ATC for flying it? You don't need Navigraph. I'm not sure about the built-in ATC, to be honest. I don't really use the built-in ATC. Maybe someone else in the chat can answer that one for you. Right. Coming in just over Pollenza now. Oh, look at that, though. Wow. That looks kind of incredible, doesn't it, chat? That's some screenshot material right there. So this is Pollenza down here. This is the bay, Porto Pollenza. Lovely stuff. Right, we're coming through 10,000 feet. Let's get our landing lights and the runway turn-off lights on. Seatbelt signs can come on as well. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Andy, thank you very much for the sub. Root Woot, thank you very much for the sub. And Robert, thank you very much. Also, Claudio, I think I missed your subscription. Thank you very much. Lubick, HN Gaming, Stephen Albers. Thank you very much for your subscriptions, guys. Welcome to the channel. All right, let's go for local altimeter then. 1007. 1005 even. I'm memories lost on me today. All the screens are lagging quite a bit here, but the frame rate seems to be pretty solid. Oh, there we go, we're back. Tell you what I can do as well whilst we're up here is I can restart GSX so we can get the sound coming through properly. Alright, I tell you what I'm going to do is let's go to... Oh, we're already in approach phase. That's... No, we're not. Okay, there we go. We'll go to approach phase now. Just a little bit earlier because we do have some pretty bad visibility here. And completely forgot we can actually close out these guys. Coming here. LEPA 24 left. 21 miles to go. We are a bit quick. So, full disclaimer chat, this is the first time I've flown this update of the Fenix, so some things may go terribly wrong in terms of the landing. Approach checklist. Bar F set 1005 on both sides. Seatbelt signs are on. Minimum is set 239 feet. Auto brake medium. Engine mode selector is a norm. Approach checklist complete. Alright, let's get the volume down. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Guys, I'll catch up with the messages once we're done with the approach here. I'm going to do a recording as well so we can watch that back. Alright, we could do with slowing down a bit here, so I'm going to go ahead and we are going to go to flaps. We're going to go for flap 1, speed is checked. And we are a bit quick, so I'm going to go ahead and drop the gear as well. Okie dokie. 16 miles to go. Yeah, we've slowed down quite nicely there. I'm just going to sit at the S speed for a little bit here. We do still have a bit of descending to do. Get the LS push buttons on. I'm not sure why the screens are lagging so much. That's quite strange. Because the FPS is fine. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to be overloaded. Right, so let's go lock. Lock blue. We'll probably get lock star immediately. There we go. Or lock immediately. Immediately captured that. That's lovely. And we're catching up the glide slope here. I'm not going to press approach because we are above it. I don't want it to dive for the glide slope. We should hopefully descend below it. Look at this though. I've never flown into Majorca in conditions like this. This is absolutely lovely. I mean, it's not great, but it looks great in the sim. Sometimes you can fix the screens by changing the rendering options in Fenix. Yeah, I would have thought that would be the solution, but I'm not going to mess with that right now. Just run approach here. I'm going to give it a little bit of speed brake here just to see if we can sort of keep up with the profile a little bit. We seem to be sitting a little bit above the profile. And I would quite like to get down to that platform altitude. Right, Abumo. Let's pull the speeds. I'm going to go to flap 2. Speed is checked. We are on the very upper limit of that flap setting there, but I'm just getting some more drag out so we can catch the profile a little bit better. Those flaps shaking. Really struggling to catch the profile here. We might have to do an intercept from overhead. Speed brake still out. It's checked. Glide slope star. Still going to keep the speed brake out. This is turning into a bit of a spicy landing here, chat. Right, there we go. A little bit better now. Speed brake to arm. Let's go back to manage speeds. And we'll go to config 3. Speed is checked. Lovely, lovely. Okie dokes, chat. So, landing checklist, ECAM memo, landing no blue.
Good evening, Vueling 150, established.
Go around altitude set
24 left.
to 3,000 feet. Landing checklist complete. Palma traffic, Vueling 2 Yankee Foxtrot is on short final for runway 24 left. 4 miles to go. Palma traffic. 1,000 is checked. We are looking good. Absolutely no visibility though, chat. Let's get AP1 in as well. 1 AP2, Cat 3 dual. Minimums are 239 feet. I'm loving the fact that we've got no visibility though. This is great. This is live weather, Evan. Come on. Give me that visibility. Oh, there we go. I can see the lights. I can just see them. Yep, there we go. Contact. Lovely stuff. Alright, let's do this thing. Autopilot disconnect.
500.
Auto thrust disconnect. We're a bit low here, just adding a bit of thrust and pulling up. There we go, back on the path. Let's go for flight directors off and track FPA. Once again, chat, just warning you, this is the first time I've flown the Fenix since the update. Minimums continue.
100.
Yeah, we're a bit high here and a bit quick.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5. Retard.
And we're down. Spoilers, decel. Reverse green, definitely got a very wet runway here. 60 knots, manual brakes. Lovely stuff, chat. That wasn't actually too bad at all. Look at that rain as well. That looks so good, doesn't it? we're a bit off centerline though, but I think we managed to make touchdown zone, and that was pretty smooth, chat. Let's guess the landing rates in the chats. Did we have a tailwind there? I didn't actually pay attention to the wind. Looks like we had a bit of a tailwind component, unless those windsocks are wrong. Palma traffic, Vueling 2 Yankee Foxtrot, runway 24 left is vacated. Alright chat, where does Vueling actually park? I'm not actually sure. I'm pretty sure it's round all the way to the right. A bit too much thrust there. The sim looks so good in the rain. It's absolutely insane. It's almost like the rain sort of gives like a bit of an anti-aliasing effect. And it just makes it look super nice. Lovely chat. Right. After landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear are off. After landing checklist complete. Again, chat, landing rate predictions in the chat, please. I do have to say, I am enjoying the having the parked aircraft on in the injector. I've not turned the strobe lights off, have I? Strobe lights off, landing lights off, nose lights taxi. Get the APU fired up. HD, thank you very much for the sub, as well as Greg, Jose, Magnus, Mario, Scotty Bob, and Martini. Thank you very much for the subs, guys. Much appreciated. Welcome to the channel. Alright, let's get the LS push buttons off. Constraints, airports, terrain can come off. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Rudder trim will reset that. Water brake disarmed. Right, okay. Let's just have a quick check on flight radar. Let's just see what gate this flight actually parked at, because I'm intrigued. I don't actually know where Vueling would park at Palma. Root root, no problem at all, dude. I'm glad you enjoyed. Thank you very much for dropping by. So this flight in the real world actually only landed, oh, it's local time, so I'm not going to make an attempt at guessing the time. Oh, it doesn't say what gate on flight radar. It seems to have lost its signal before they taxied in. Maybe it's a short taxi then. And I'm going completely the wrong way. Ah. Oh, yeah, I think I've already taxied past where they would park.
Palma traffic, Vueling 150, runway 24 left vacated.
Alright then, chat, let's choose a stand. Let's go for 46 or 44. If there's, provided there's not an aircraft there. Oh, there's another VATSIM user there. What aircraft are they in? Are they in an EasyJet? I can't tell. We'll go for 44, chat. Oh, I didn't reset my audio thingamajig. Oh, I did. Great. Okay. $44. Oh, look at that. It even recognizes that there's aircraft parked there. That's so nice. Another VATSIM user intersecting with a Condor there. Right. Nose lights off. And into stand 44. I'm not sure if the oh no, the profile doesn't have VDGS yet. Just got a marshaller. Look at that though, the reflections on the ground there, absolutely insane. Oh, it's telling me to stop a bit early there. Alright, I guess we stop there then. Let's parking brake set. Let's see how well we did. Not that great really, but I blame this guy. I blame him. Not my problem. Not my problem. Right. Engine shut down. 1 and 2 off. APU bleed can come on. Beacon light off. Seatbelt signs off. Fuel pumps off. Don't need the wipers any longer. Lovely. Okie dokes. So, the shutdown checklist. Or parking checklist. Parking breaker chocks set. We didn't get hot brakes there either, surprisingly. Engines are off, wing lights are off, fuel pumps are off, parking checklist complete. Lovely stuff, chat. All right. Let's get the deboarding on the go.
The boarding requested.
Lovely job. Yeah, that's definitely not the proper stopping point, but I think this profile needs a bit of work, doesn't it? Oh yeah, we need to disable the stairs as well for the back. Need to add some walkers in there as well, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Look at that. Look at that. Right then, chat. Stop the replay.
Passengers
Oh, I never I never press record on the replay. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. Right. Okay. So, let's answer a few questions and then we'll reveal the landing rate. Right. In your setup as you were taxiing, I noticed you had a screen similar to an iPad above the keyboard. Is that something to do with your Microsoft Flight Sim? Or was it just streaming info? Yeah, so it's just to control my stream scenes, basically. So I'm just tapping on it now just to change that scene right there. Does the injector settings, like what amount of IFR and VFR traffic present and stuff, need to be set up after you got the sim loaded in and in a plane, or can you do it before? I mean, you can do it before, yeah. You can either do it using the config file, which is next to the log file, but it's probably just best practice to do it after you're loaded into a flight. Here comes Mariner in the background there. Oh, Mariner, can we do a little test here real quick? Mariner, are you listening to the chat here? Would you mind just doing a little test with regards to your lighting on your aircraft? Let's wait until he's not having to make a turn. Kai, we've just landed at Palma, Majorca. Fantastic FSL, easy to use, fantastic graphics. Using now from out of CYUL to CYCC. Great job to the team. Glad you're enjoying it, Kevin. Thank you very much for the kind words there. Mariner, if you can hear me, before you shut down your aircraft, could we just test something on your lighting? Oh, look at that. The taxi light going off. It's basically the lighting that I just wanted to test. I wonder if you could just, if you can hear me, just flick all of your lights. Whoa. I wonder if you could just flick all of your lights on. So strobe lights, landing lights, a lot. I don't know if you can hear me though, that's the thing. Oh, yep, there we go. Oh, was that Mariner who turned those on? You can see the nav lights reflecting there, that's super nice. Oh yeah. There we go, we've got the nose light there. Landing lights are not on. Although it seems to be showing the light though, that's good. It's just the way they're looking doesn't look on, but they are on. Wing lights are on as well. I'm not sure if that's... Yep, I think wing lights are on. I'm not sure. I can't tell if that's a reflection from inside or not. I think it is, actually. Wing lights are on. Strobe lights are on. Logo light is on. Nav lights are on. Yeah, very good. All right, thank you very much, Mariner. I appreciate that, dude. I just had... we've just had someone who was saying today that the lights didn't work at all on VATSIM, and just wanted to test whether it was a new thing or not. Thank you very much, so. Right. Sometimes you have to fix the screens by changing the rendering options. Yep. Lil Pop, welcome to the chat. I hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. You should do open descent if you deploy speed brake. Good to know. Good to know. Although that being said, we were above the profile, so that's what I was trying to kind of achieve there. I was trying to get it to dive a little bit faster by adding drag to catch the profile. Hurricane Ian? Thankfully not. No, just some inclement weather in Palma. Right, so we've got some landing rate predictions in the chat though. We've got Evan with 185, Lil Pop with 140, and Jetmech with 174. Let's see who was correct. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Let's bring up the... Oh, what happened there to the stream? Let's bring up the fuzz pad. Minus 133 feet per minute. So the winner is Lil Pop with 140. Congratulations, dude. Unfortunately, I don't have a prize for you. But big congratulations to you, sir. Or madam. 140 knots speed. So pretty good on the speed. Touchdown zone, we absolutely nailed that. And apparently we were on the center line. I could have sworn we were a little bit off to the left, in fact. Not the right. But nevertheless, that actually looks like more or less a perfect landing. Especially considering I got too high because I wasn't paying enough attention, and then I had to idle the throttles quite high, and then, yeah, not the greatest, but we managed to somehow pull it off, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, can't lie. I'm just sad I didn't get a replay because I actually launched Sky Dolly, but I just didn't click record. Any landing in Microsoft Flight Simulator without a CTD on short file is a good landing. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Happened far too many times, that. Ah, brilliant. Simon was watching us come in. Very good. Very good indeed. Yeah, FSLTL does work really nice with VATSIM as well, doesn't it? And I think the actual movement of the planes is a bit smoother on VATSIM as well, because it's not... I don't think it's quite as limited by the AI traffic system in Microsoft Flight Sim. It's more, you know, they're using the VATSIM velocity technology to to do the aircraft movement, so it looks a bit smoother on VATSIM in my opinion.
Asked to do.
Let's see if we've got any aircraft close by that we can watch on VATSIM, maybe. We don't. It's pretty much dead. Yeah, it's super quiet now on VATSIM in this area.
Catering vehicles are on their way.
Do I have a mod for the signs? Yes, I do indeed. Yeah, it's called Real Taxiways. Now all we have to do is wait for a Sobo to fix the AI. Yeah, we certainly. Hopefully this sooner rather than later. Let's see. Is this aircraft next to me? Is that one going to depart? Does it have a flight plan? It looks like it does. Easy 626. Because I might be down to watch this guy depart because we haven't seen any VATSIM traffic on. Well, we've not seen very much VATSIM traffic on with FSLTL yet, and it might be quite cool to watch him depart and taxi out and depart, but it depends how long he's going to take, though. That's the thing. Let's see. I mean, he's been there since we got here, so he must not have. Surely not too much longer left. Let's see. Has he arrived here, or is he departing? Oh, he doesn't actually have a flight plan, so maybe he's not departing. Oh, that's Simon. That's Simon. Amazing, dude. Give Simon a wave, everybody. Let's give him a wave from in the cabin. Hello. Right. Let's see. How can I fix my VPilot settings not opening? Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure, honestly, with regards to that one. Do you mean like when you bring up VPilot and you click settings, it just doesn't open at all? I would maybe try and check if the window is hidden somewhere. What you could maybe do is, and I know this is a pain, you could go to the... Let's see where you do it now. Yeah, if you click if you click the settings and then right click on your taskbar in like an empty space, and then if you click Cascade Windows, see if you can find it then. I know it's going to mess up all your windows, but it might help you get the settings page back. It might have just disappeared somewhere and got lost. How do you get so good frames at your airports? This airport is really good on frames in general, to be honest. So, I mean, this one, yeah, this airport doesn't seem to be too heavy on frames in general. Not really sure what else to say, to be honest. If you go exclamation point settings, you can see my graphics settings, and maybe that'll help you. Grumpy, no worries at all. Take it easy. Good night to you. Ah, yeah, sorry, Simon. I'm still catching up with the chat here. I was scrolled up a bit. Cygnus says, any idea as a 737 MAX model is coming? Potentially. I'm sure it will come at some point. But yeah, we want to obviously add to the model library and get it as close to getting a realistic picture as we can, possibly. Jetmeg, no worries at all. Thank you very much for tuning in. Peter, good night. Take it easy. Yep. It's 1 a.m. here as well. I'm going to be going in a few minutes. It shows as a red X. Oh, I'm really not sure on that one, Philatus. You might want to go and check out the VPilot forums potentially. Sorry, I can't be of more use on that one. Dark Cloud says, hi, I'm just wondering if GSX is worth getting. I heard it has a few bugs. Also, do you think Asobo will eventually add the same features? To be honest, I don't think Asobo will add this level of detail, but I could be proved wrong. Asobo seems to be doing a lot of stuff that has previously not happened in simulators, so I can't really say, to be honest, but yeah, let's deboard everybody.
Crew to boarding starting.
Yeah, it's difficult to say, to be quite honest. But GSX is quite in depth in terms of what it offers, so I'm going to err on the side of that Asobo probably won't add anything to the same level of detail as this. But it is worth it, I think. It really, really adds to the immersion factor, in my opinion. And we haven't experienced a single bug today. It's been really, really nice and smooth sailing. So can't really attest to there being any major bugs left. And there was just actually a really, really big update released last week. So they're still doing big updates and fixing any bugs that are remaining. I'm not sure why the settings command is not working there for you guys.
Pilots to boarding starting.
Let me just double check I've got that command correct for you. Sorry, my bad. My bad. The command is exclamation point graphics. There you go. That should bring it up. Simon, thank you very much, dude. Appreciate the kind words. And yeah, good night to you too. Thank you very much for tuning in. Yeah, exactly. Me too, Mariner. Exactly. I think a lot of people are. Right then, chat. I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you very much for watching, guys. If you've come from my FSLTL video, thank you very much. Thank you very much if you've subscribed, if you've left a like on that video, or even on this video. And if this stream today has helped you, or you've learned something, or you've just enjoyed the stream, please do consider hitting the thumbs up button. It really, really does help out the channel. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you guys have enjoyed. And I'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye for now.